In every corner of the world, from the high peaks of mountains to the depths of dark forests, stories of strange, powerful creatures have been passed down through generations. These beings, sometimes terrifying, sometimes magical, are woven into the fabric of cultures across the globe. The creatures of myth are not just stories, they are the living, breathing fears, hopes, and mysteries of humanity. Imagine standing in a quiet forest at dusk, the shadows growing longer, the wind whispering through the trees. Your heart quickens. What might be out there, just beyond the reach of your sight? Is it a lurking beast, a guardian spirit, or something even stranger? Since the beginning of time, people have asked these questions. And in their stories, they've answered with mythical creatures that reflect the deepest parts of who they are. These creatures are not just figments of imagination. They mean something. They are mirrors of the human soul, carrying our emotions, fears, and desires within them. When people spoke of dragons, they weren't just thinking about giant, winged monsters breathing fire. They were thinking about danger and strength, the power of nature, the unknown forces that could both protect and destroy. A dragon wasn't just a creature, it was everything people feared and respected in the world around them. Fear plays a huge role in how these myths are shaped. In times when survival was a daily struggle, the world outside felt big, wild, and dangerous. A family might sit around a fire at night, telling stories of the Wendigo, a monstrous spirit lurking in the cold forests of the north. The Wendigo was a creature of hunger, always searching for human flesh. To the people who told these stories, it wasn't just a horror tale, it was a warning. It was a way of saying, be careful. The world is harsh. Hunger can make you lose yourself. In African folklore, the Impundulu, or lightning bird, could bring thunderstorms or death. It flew with the storm, and its cries could make the bravest warrior tremble. For the people who shared these stories, the Impundulu was not just a monster, it was a force that explained the destructive power of nature. When lightning struck a tree or a house, they didn't understand the science behind it, but they understood the danger. The lightning bird became a way to give shape to the unknown, to make sense of the frightening forces that could ruin crops, homes, or even lives. But it's not all about fear. Mythical creatures also carry our hopes and dreams. Think of the phoenix, the bird that burns to ashes only to rise again, more powerful than before. This story isn't just about a bird, it's about the human spirit. It's about resilience, the belief that even in the worst of times, there's hope for renewal, for starting over. For people who faced hardship, this creature represented the idea that no matter how bad things got, they could survive, rebuild, and become stronger. The Naga, from South and Southeast Asia, is a serpent being often associated with water and fertility. In places where rivers brought life and growth to communities, the Naga was seen as a guardian, a symbol of life-giving forces. But, like many creatures in myths, the Naga had two sides. It could also be a destructive force, especially if angered. This duality is key to so many mythical creatures. They embody both the good and the bad, the creation and destruction, showing us that life is always a balance between the two. Mythical creatures also come from the mystery of the unknown. The sea, for example, has always been a place of fear and fascination. For centuries, sailors told stories of the Kraken, a massive sea monster that could drag ships down into the depths. The sea was a vast, dangerous place that humans could never fully control. The Kraken became the embodiment of that mystery. It wasn't just a sea monster, it was the sea itself, unpredictable, powerful, and filled with secrets. At the heart of every culture's mythology is the desire to understand the world. When the ancient Greeks spoke of the chimera, a creature with the body of a lion, the head of a goat, and the tail of a serpent, they weren't just creating a monster for the sake of storytelling. They were giving a face to chaos, to things that couldn't be explained or easily understood. The chimera was wild, untamable, just like the world often seemed to them. Even creatures that are more playful or strange have a deeper meaning. In Japanese folklore, the kitsune, a fox spirit, can shapeshift into a beautiful woman and trick people. But the kitsune isn't just a mischievous creature. It's a symbol of transformation, a reminder that things aren't always as they appear. For the people who believed in it, the kitsune might represent the unpredictability of life, or the idea that power, whether in nature or in human relationships, can be both dangerous and alluring. These creatures teach lessons. The Wendigo teaches the dangers of greed and losing oneself. The Thunderbird in Native American stories teaches respect for nature's power. The Phoenix teaches hope and resilience. In these creatures, people have found ways to share wisdom, to pass down values, and to warn future generations of the dangers they might face. But it's not just about the lessons. There's something deeply emotional about these stories. They resonate because they touch on the most basic human feelings: fear of the unknown, awe of nature's power, hope for survival, and the need to make sense of the world. Sitting around a fire, telling stories of creatures that lurk in the shadows or soar through the skies, people found a way to express these feelings, to give voice to the things they couldn't fully explain. At times, these creatures are terrifying. At times, they are beautiful. And sometimes, they are both. But what they always are is a reflection of the people who tell their stories. The sea monsters, the trickster foxes, the fire-breathing dragons, they are all us, in one way or another. They are the parts of us that are afraid, the parts of us that dream, and the parts of us that wonder what might be just beyond the horizon, waiting to be discovered. In the end, these mythical creatures aren't just stories. They are symbols of humanity's relationship with the world, of how we face what we don't understand, how we cope with our fears, and how we hold on to hope, even in the darkest times. They are as much a part of human history as any king or queen, any war or peace, because they represent something timeless, the human need to believe that, somewhere out there, magic still exists. In the heart of Africa, beneath the scorching sun, through the whispers of the wind, across vast savannas and the dense shadows of ancient forests, stories rise like smoke from village fires. These stories are not mere entertainment, they are the soul of a people, passed from generation to generation, like sacred heirlooms. They carry with them the weight of centuries, born from the land itself. Africa's myths are alive, breathing in the same rhythm as the drums that echo across the land. Across the sprawling continent, with its deserts, jungles, rivers, and mountains, each region has its own tales. From the arid stretches of the Sahara to the lush depths of the Congo, the diversity of the landscape is reflected in the diversity of its myths. In one part of Africa, the tales might speak of spirits that guard the rain, while in another, they warn of creatures that haunt the deep forests at night. But no matter where you go, there is always something more than human at play, forces too ancient, too powerful to be fully understood, forces that shape life in ways both seen and unseen. Africa's myths don't exist in isolation. They grow from the land, shaped by the environment and the history of the people who live there. In West Africa, the heat of the sun and the threat of drought find their place in stories about Anansi, the trickster spider, who uses his cleverness to survive in a harsh world. Anansi's webs are not just made of silk, they are spun from wit, patience, and a deep understanding of how to navigate life's challenges. His stories teach survival, not through brute strength, but through intelligence and resilience. People look to Anansi not just to laugh at his mischief, but to learn how to outsmart the obstacles life throws their way. Move to the southern parts of Africa, and the myths take a darker, more mysterious tone. Here, the Grootslang, a creature that is part snake, part elephant, slithers through ancient caves, guarding treasures no human dares to seek. There is something terrifying yet mesmerizing about the Grootslang. Its massive body, hidden in the depths of the earth, represents the unknown, the fear of what lies beneath the surface, waiting to swallow the unwary. The Grootslang is more than a monster. It is a reminder that some things in life are better left untouched, that the earth itself holds secrets too powerful for mankind. In the dry deserts of northern Africa, where the sands stretch endlessly and the horizon blurs under the blazing sun, the myths speak of jinns, spirits of fire and air, who ride the winds and bring both blessing and curse. The desert is harsh and unforgiving, and so are the jinns. They are creatures born of the hot, wild winds, unpredictable and uncontrollable. In these stories, they are often tricksters, playing games with human lives, but they are also respected as forces of nature, reminders that in such a hostile environment, survival depends on more than just human will. It requires a relationship with the spirits of the land. As you move into the rainforests of Central Africa, the stories shift again. The trees, ancient and towering, create a world of shadows where spirits walk beside the living. Here, Mami Wata, the water spirit, reigns supreme. With her sleek, snake-like body and the seductive power of the water, Mami Wata is both a goddess and a demon. She lures people to her underwater world, offering them wealth and beauty, but also danger. The rivers and lakes of Central Africa are lifelines. They bring life, food, and trade, but they are also deadly, filled with unseen dangers. Mami Wata embodies this duality. She represents the life-giving power of water, but also its unpredictability, its ability to take life in an instant. Across the continent, there are creatures and spirits that are tied not just to the landscape, but to the very essence of human life. In the eastern parts of Africa, the legends speak of the Adze, a vampire-like creature that takes the form of a firefly and slips into homes unnoticed. The Adze drinks the life force of the people, leaving them weak and sickly. But this is not just a tale of monsters, it reflects the deep fear of illness and death, a fear that has haunted humanity for as long as we've existed. The Adze is more than a creature of the night. It is the embodiment of all the things that steal life away, silently and without warning. In African mythology, the line between the human world and the world of spirits is thin. There is no clear divide between what is real and what is imagined, what is natural and what is supernatural. The two flow together, like the rivers that cross the land. A person might walk into the forest and come face to face with a creature that should not exist, but there is no shock, no disbelief. Instead, there is acceptance. These creatures are as much a part of life as the animals that roam the plains or the stars that light the night sky. Each region of Africa holds its own unique myths, yet there are threads that tie them together. One of the most powerful is the idea of respect, respect for the land, respect for the spirits, respect for the mysteries of life. In African myths, those who fail to respect the natural and supernatural world often pay a terrible price. The earth is alive, and it demands recognition. Whether it is the towering mountains, the vast deserts, or the deep forests, the landscape is not just a backdrop for these stories. It is an active participant, shaping and being shaped by the myths that arise from it. In the rain-soaked regions of West Africa, where crops depend on the balance of the seasons, stories of the rain-bringing spirits fill the air. These spirits are capricious, like the weather itself. When they are pleased, the rains fall and the land flourishes. But when they are angered, the skies dry up and famine follows. The people's relationship with these spirits is not one of control, but of negotiation. They understand that they cannot force the rain to come, but they can offer respect, prayers, and sacrifices in the hopes of maintaining balance. Africa's myths are as varied as the people who tell them. From the trickster spirits of the West to the shapeshifters of the East, the creatures of the South, and the jinns of the North, these stories are as vast and complex as the continent itself. Yet, in all of them, there is a common theme: life is fragile, and the forces that govern it are powerful and mysterious. Whether through fear, respect, or hope, the people of Africa have used these myths to make sense of a world that is both beautiful and terrifying, a world that can give life as easily as it can take it away. In the quiet corners of West African villages, under the soft light of the moon, people would gather around fires, their faces illuminated by the flickering flames. Children sat with wide eyes, hanging on every word, while elders spoke in steady, knowing voices. And in those stories, there was one figure who appeared again and again, Anansi, the spider. He wasn't a mighty warrior or a fierce beast, but something much more powerful in a different way. Anansi, the trickster, weaved his web not with strength, but with cleverness, reminding everyone that wit could outsmart even the greatest of challenges. Anansi's stories are timeless. They stretch back for centuries, carried on the wind, whispered from one generation to the next. He may be small, but he is always in control of his fate, using his quick thinking to get what he wants. He's a spider, crawling through the cracks of life's toughest problems, always finding a way to come out on top, even when the odds are stacked against him. And when people hear of Anansi, they feel a spark of hope, a belief that no matter how difficult life becomes, cleverness and wisdom can carve a path forward. One night, when the stars hung like lanterns in the sky, the elders might tell the story of how Anansi once set out to own all the world's stories. Back then, all stories belonged to Nian, the sky god, who held them tightly in his grasp, unwilling to share them with the people below. The world was quiet, void of tales that could teach or entertain. But Anansi, with his clever heart, decided that he would change this. He wanted to bring the stories down to the people, where they truly belonged. So, the tiny spider approached Nian with a bold request. "I want to buy the stories," Anansi said. Nian looked down at him, a little spider making such a big demand, and laughed. "What can a small creature like you offer me in return?" Nian asked, his voice booming across the skies. But Anansi didn't waver. With confidence, he asked what the price would be, and Nian, thinking there was no way the spider could succeed, gave him an impossible task. Anansi was to capture 3 of the most dangerous beings in the world: Onini the great python, Osibo the fierce leopard, and the Mabaro, a swarm of angry hornets. Surely, such a task would be the end of the little spider. But Anansi wasn't afraid. He returned to the earth, his mind already spinning like a web, full of plans and tricks. He knew that strength alone wouldn't help him. The python, the leopard, the hornets, they were all more powerful than he was. But Anansi had something they didn't: his wit. Anansi went first to Onini, the python, who slithered lazily along the riverbank. With calm steps, Anansi approached and began a loud conversation with himself. "I don't think Onini is as long as the branch Nian said he was," Anansi muttered, pretending to measure the branch nearby. Onini, curious and proud, raised his head. "What are you saying, little spider?" Anansi looked up, feigning innocence. "I was just wondering if you are as long as this branch." "Nian says you're shorter." Onini, stung by the suggestion, insisted that he was indeed longer than the branch. To prove it, he agreed to let Anansi tie him to the branch so his full length could be measured. As soon as the python was bound tightly, Anansi smiled and carried him off to Nian. Next came Osibo, the leopard with sharp claws and an even sharper hunger. Anansi, knowing that he couldn't face the leopard head-on, decided to use the leopard's own strength against him. He dug a deep pit in the forest and covered it with branches and leaves. Then, calling out loudly for help, he waited. Osibo, hearing the cries, rushed to the scene, only to fall into the pit. There, trapped at the bottom, the powerful leopard could do nothing as Anansi approached with his rope and bound him as well. Lastly, Anansi had to capture the Mabaro, the swarm of hornets. How could anyone possibly capture something so wild, so quick to sting? But Anansi's mind was always turning. He filled a calabash with water and drizzled it over himself, pretending it had started to rain. Then, with another calabash in hand, he ran to where the hornets buzzed. "Oh no," he cried out, "the rains are coming. You'll all be drenched. Quick, take shelter in this calabash." The hornets, believing the clever spider, rushed inside to stay dry, and once they were safely contained, Anansi sealed the calabash, capturing them all. With all 3 impossible tasks completed, Anansi returned to Nian, his small figure standing tall with the python, leopard, and hornets at his side. The sky god, astonished by the spider's cunning, had no choice but to fulfill his promise. He handed over all the stories of the world to Anansi, who brought them down from the heavens and shared them with the people. It's in this way that Anansi became the keeper of stories, the weaver of wisdom. Through him, people learned that the greatest power didn't come from physical strength or size, but from the mind. Anansi's tales were not just stories of trickery, they were lessons wrapped in humor and cleverness, lessons that taught people to face challenges with their wits, to think before they act, and to never underestimate the power of intelligence. Anansi is not perfect. He is flawed, mischievous, and often selfish. But there's something undeniably human about him. His faults are familiar, his struggles real. And in those moments when he succeeds, despite his size, despite his weaknesses, we feel a sense of triumph too. Anansi's victories are not just his, they belong to all of us. He reminds us that no matter how small or insignificant we may feel, we all have the ability to rise above, to outsmart life's challenges, to spin our own web of success. The stories of Anansi are like threads in a web, each one connecting to the next, each one carrying a bit of wisdom for those willing to listen. And in every tale, there's a spark of something deeper, a reminder that the smallest among us can achieve the greatest things, that cleverness and determination can overcome even the fiercest challenges. In the deepest, darkest caves of South Africa, there is a creature that haunts the imagination, a being so old and powerful that even the bravest tremble at the thought of encountering it. It is said that deep within the earth, beyond where any light can reach, the Grootslang waits, its enormous body coiled like a living nightmare. Half serpent, half elephant, the Grootslang is more than a mere monster. It is a reminder that the world still holds ancient secrets, some too dangerous for mankind to ever truly understand. The legend of the Grootslang begins with the gods themselves, who, in the earliest days of creation, made a terrible mistake. They had created the Grootslang as a powerful being, but in their oversight, they gave it too much strength, too much cunning. This serpent-elephant hybrid was not like any other creature. It had the brute force of an elephant and the deadly agility of a snake. The gods, realizing the danger of what they had done, tried to destroy it. But they were too late. The Grootslang had already escaped into the vast underground caves, where it became the guardian of treasures hidden from human eyes. These treasures, diamonds, gold, and riches beyond imagining, are said to lie in the deepest caverns, drawing the greed of many who dream of wealth. But those who seek them rarely return. For the Grootslang is not just a guardian, it is a predator, waiting in the shadows, luring the unwary with the promise of fortune only to devour them whole. Its gleaming eyes watch from the darkness, reflecting the shimmering jewels it protects, but behind those eyes lies something far more terrifying than any treasure, an ancient intelligence that has outwitted every man who has tried to claim its riches. The Grootslang's body is massive, with the thick, muscular trunk of an elephant combined with the long, twisting coils of a serpent. Its tusks are sharp as knives, gleaming like ivory daggers in the dark, while its scales glisten with a cold, reptilian sheen. When it moves, the ground seems to shudder beneath it, as if the earth itself is afraid of the beast lurking within. And in the stillness of the caves, the only sound that can be heard is the faint hiss of its breath, a sound so soft it might be mistaken for the wind, until it's too late. There are stories told of men who have tried to confront the Grootslang, driven by the promise of the treasures it guards. Some say they came armed with weapons, convinced that strength and steel would be enough to overcome the ancient beast. But the Grootslang is no ordinary creature. It has lived for centuries, perhaps millennia, learning the ways of those who seek it. It knows their weaknesses, their fears. And just when they think they are on the verge of victory, the Grootslang strikes, fast, silent, and with a deadly precision that leaves no room for escape. For those few who have survived the Grootslang, the memories are etched into their souls. They speak of its eyes, dark and endless, like the abyss itself, and the way it moves, so silently, through the pitch-black tunnels. They tell of the overwhelming sense of dread that fills the air long before the creature is seen, a dread that gnaws at the mind and makes even the strongest man question his sanity. And when it finally appears, emerging from the darkness, its sheer size is enough to steal the breath from their lungs. To stand before the Grootslang is to confront a force of nature, something far beyond the human world. But for all its power, the Grootslang is not without its vulnerabilities. Legends say that it has a weakness for precious gems, particularly diamonds. It is said that, in some cases, offering the Grootslang a diamond of great size and beauty can appease it, allowing the treasure seeker to leave with their life intact, though they must still abandon their dreams of riches. The Grootslang may spare them, but it never gives up its treasures so easily. Greed, after all, is what feeds it, what draws its victims to the caves in the first place. Yet, despite these warnings, the allure of the Grootslang's hoard is too great for many to resist. There are always those who believe they will be the exception, that they will be the one to outsmart the ancient creature and escape with the fortune. They gather their maps, their equipment, and their courage, setting out on a perilous journey to the caves. But what they do not realize is that the Grootslang has been waiting for them, just as it has waited for countless others before them. It knows the scent of human ambition, the way greed fills the air like a beacon, calling it from the depths. And so, as they descend into the cave's gaping mouth, leaving the safety of the sunlight behind, the Grootslang begins to stir. Its great body uncoils from the shadows, moving with a deadly grace through the tunnels. It is patient, for it knows that greed will always lead its prey directly into its lair. And when the moment comes, it strikes without hesitation, swallowing their dreams and their lives whole. The Grootslang is more than a story. It is a warning. It teaches that not all treasures are meant to be found, and not all creatures can be conquered. There are forces in this world older and wiser than mankind, forces that remind us of our place in the grand scheme of things. And in the dark, silent caves of South Africa, the Grootslang waits, a living testament to the dangers of hubris and the price of greed. There's a chill that runs down the spine when you think about it. This enormous creature, older than the mountains themselves, hidden away beneath the surface of the earth, guarding its secrets. The Grootslang's legend continues to haunt those who hear it, a reminder that some things are better left untouched, that the quest for riches can often lead to ruin. And even now, as the caves remain, echoing with the quiet hum of the earth, there are whispers of those who still seek the Grootslang's treasure, unaware that they are being watched, hunted, by a creature born from the very heart of the world itself. In the warm, heavy nights of West Africa, when the air is thick with the scent of earth and the sky is alive with stars, there is something else that moves among the shadows. Something small, almost unseen, that flickers through the darkness. It might look like a harmless firefly at first, a tiny speck of light dancing through the humid night, but behind that glow hides something far more sinister. This is the Adze, a creature feared in the folklore of the U people, a creature that takes the form of a firefly only to drain the life from its victims, leaving behind sickness, fear, and silence. The Adze is no ordinary firefly. It flickers in and out of sight, hovering just beyond reach, its glow a mere disguise for the monster it truly is. It slips through the cracks of windows, through the smallest openings in homes, drawn to the warmth of human life. As the unsuspecting sleep, the Adze feeds, not on blood, but on something deeper, something essential, the very energy of the living. It steals the strength, the vitality of its victims, leaving them weak and fading, their life force slowly drained until they are but a shadow of themselves. To see the Adze in its firefly form is to see death disguised as light, a small, flickering danger that seems so innocent until it's too late. But the Adze is more than just a thief of life. It carries with it the terror of something unstoppable, something that can slip through any defenses. It doesn't knock at the door, it doesn't break through the walls. It comes quietly, on the wings of the night, turning the peaceful hum of insects into something that sends shivers down the spine. And in the villages where the stories of the Adze are passed down, the fear of this creature is woven into every household, every whispered prayer for safety. Children are taught early to be wary of that small flickering light in the darkness, to close their windows tight and never trust the glow that flits outside. For when the Adze comes, it brings more than just death, it brings the creeping horror of not knowing when, or where, or how it will strike next. The Adze is not bound by the limits of its insect form. When it chooses, it can transform into a more terrifying shape, a creature with a twisted, almost human-like body, something far too close for comfort. In this form, it is said to be even more dangerous, a vampiric being that no one can stand against. Its touch is fatal, its hunger insatiable. And though it prefers to hide behind the harmless guise of a firefly, those who have seen its true form speak of nightmares made real, of a figure so dark and unnatural that the mere sight of it freezes the blood in their veins. But what makes the Adze truly terrifying is not just its hunger for life, but the way it spreads its curse. For those it preys upon do not always die. Sometimes they live, but not without a cost. They become hollow, their souls marked by the Adze's touch. They grow sick, weak, and distant, as if the light inside them has been snuffed out. And worse still, the Adze is said to have the power to possess the bodies of those it chooses. It can turn its victims into vessels for its own twisted will, forcing them to carry out its dark desires, spreading death and disease wherever they go. To be touched by the adze is to be marked by something otherworldly, something that cannot be easily escaped. And as the stories go, once the adze has set its sights on someone, it does not stop until it has claimed them completely. There is a sadness in the tales of the adze, a sense of helplessness that comes from knowing that something so small, so seemingly insignificant, can bring such devastation. Fireflies, after all, are usually symbols of beauty, of fleeting moments of light in the darkness. But in the hands of the adze, that beauty becomes a weapon, a mask for something far darker. It's a reminder that not everything that shines is good, that danger can come in the smallest of forms, without warning, without mercy. The elders who tell these stories speak with a gravity that hangs heavy in the air, their voices low, as if even speaking of the adze might call it forth. They remember the faces of those who were lost to its hunger, those who wasted away without explanation, their vitality stolen in the night. They speak of loved ones who began to change, their eyes growing distant, their bodies growing frail, until they were no longer themselves. And they remember the fear, the cold, creeping fear that comes when the adze's firefly light is seen hovering just outside the window. There are defenses, of course. Rituals, charms, prayers. Ways to protect oneself from the adze's curse. But even with these, there is never true safety. The adze is a creature of cunning, of patience. It waits, biding its time, watching from the shadows until the moment is right. And when it strikes, it does so without warning, slipping through the cracks, feeding off the life of the unsuspecting. And so, in the quiet moments of the night, when the world seems still, there is always the thought, the flicker of doubt, the shiver of unease, that perhaps the light outside isn't a firefly after all. Perhaps it is something much worse, something that hungers for more than just warmth, something that has been waiting, watching, just beyond the reach of human understanding. The adze's legend endures because it speaks to a fear that lies deep within all of us, the fear of being watched, of being hunted by something that cannot be seen, something that strikes when we are at our most vulnerable. It is the fear of the unknown, the fear of the darkness itself, where even the smallest glimmer of light can be a warning of something far more terrifying hidden within. The adze reminds us that sometimes it is the smallest dangers that are the hardest to escape. And in the flicker of a firefly's light, there is always the possibility of something far darker, something that feeds not just on blood, but on the very essence of life itself. In the heart of a thunderstorm, when the sky splits open and the earth trembles beneath the roar of the heavens, there is a creature born from the very essence of the storm. The Impundalu, the lightning bird, moves with the power of the storm itself, flashing through the darkened skies like a spear of pure energy. Its wings seem to spark with electricity, and wherever it flies, thunder follows, echoing in the distance as if announcing its arrival. But this bird is no ordinary creature of the sky. It is a being woven into the very fabric of southern African legend, tied to forces both natural and supernatural, feared and revered in equal measure. The Impundalu is more than a bird. It is the harbinger of storms, a creature whose presence brings the wild fury of lightning and the booming wrath of thunder. When it strikes, it does so with the same unpredictable force as a bolt from the sky, as if the storm itself had taken flight. It is said that the Impundalu is often seen riding the dark clouds that gather before a storm, its eyes gleaming like hot coals, a creature of pure electricity, born from the very heart of the tempest. In the quiet moments before a storm, there is a stillness that hangs in the air, a heaviness that presses against the skin. The sky darkens, the winds shift, and the first low rumble of thunder whispers in the distance. It is in these moments that people look to the sky, watching for the Impundalu, the bird of lightning, knowing that its presence could mean far more than just a storm. The Impundalu is not just a force of nature, it is said to be a servant of witches, called upon to do their bidding, to carry out their darkest desires. It is a creature born from the marriage of the elements and dark magic, capable of both creation and destruction, of life and death. Stories of the Impundalu are filled with fear and awe. It is said that this bird can take the form of a man, walking among humans in disguise, yet never fully hiding its true nature. In human form, the Impundalu is still connected to the storm, its presence marked by an unsettling energy that crackles in the air around it. Those who encounter it speak of a feeling like static in the air, an unnatural tension, as if the very atmosphere is alive with unseen forces. And when the Impundulu reveals itself, when its feathers erupt into lightning and its voice booms like thunder, there is no mistaking the power it holds. For those who practice witchcraft, the Impundulu is both a weapon and a companion. It can be called upon to strike down enemies with the precision of a lightning bolt, to bring storms to drought-ridden lands, or to curse those who stand in the way. But the Impundulu is not easily controlled. It is a creature of the storm, wild and untamed, and its loyalty comes at a cost. Legends tell of witches who kept the Impundulu as a familiar, feeding it with blood to keep it satisfied, for the bird's hunger is insatiable. If not fed, it is said to turn on its master, devouring them from within, leaving nothing but ash in its wake. The relationship between the Impundulu and those who summon it is one of power and danger, a bond that can never truly be trusted. For the Impundulu is not a creature that can be tamed, it is a force of nature, unpredictable and deadly, and even those who call upon it must do so with fear in their hearts. But there is something more terrifying about the Impundulu than just its connection to storms and witchcraft. It is the way it chooses to strike, sudden, without warning, like the flash of lightning that comes before the thunderclap. To be caught by the Impundulu is to be taken in an instant, to be burned from the inside out by the pure, searing energy of its strike. Those who have seen its victims speak of charred bodies, of the smell of smoke in the air, and of the eerie silence that follows, as if the storm has taken more than just the lives of those it touches. The Impundulu's wrath is swift, merciless, and absolute. Yet for all its power, there is beauty in the Impundulu as well. The way it moves through the storm, a creature of light and fury, its feathers glowing with the fire of the heavens. To witness the Impundulu in flight is to see the storm itself given form, a sight both terrifying and mesmerizing, like staring into the heart of the storm and feeling the raw, untamable power of nature. Its wings slice through the sky, leaving trails of lightning in their wake, and as it passes overhead, the earth trembles with the weight of its presence. And still, there are those who would call upon it, who seek to harness the power of the storm for their own ends. They whisper the ancient words, make their offerings, and wait for the flicker of lightning that signals the Impundulu's arrival. But they do so knowing that once the bird has been summoned, there is no turning back. The storm cannot be controlled, and neither can the creature that rides within it. The Impundulu comes and goes as it pleases, striking with the fury of the storm and disappearing into the clouds as quickly as it came, leaving behind only destruction and the lingering echo of thunder. And so, as the skies darken and the winds begin to howl, as the first crack of lightning splits the heavens and the storm rolls in, there is always the question, was that just a storm? Or was it something more? Was it the Impundulu, flying through the heart of the storm, its eyes blazing with the fire of the skies, its hunger for blood still unsatisfied? For those who believe in the old stories, there is no doubt. The Impundulu is always there, waiting within the storm, its wings crackling with electricity, its eyes watching from the clouds. It is a creature born from the very forces of nature, a being that embodies the power and unpredictability of the storm. And when it strikes, there is no escape, no warning, only the blinding flash of lightning and the roar of thunder that signals the arrival of the lightning bird. In the shimmering depths of the African rivers and coastal waters, a figure glides gracefully beneath the surface, a vision of beauty and mystery. Mami Wata, the water spirit, enchants all who gaze upon her. With skin like polished ivory and hair flowing like the waves, she embodies the very essence of the water itself. Her beauty captivates, drawing sailors and fishermen close, often leading them to their doom. The tales of Mami Wata carry whispers of allure, danger, and the haunting reminder of nature's unpredictable power. As the sun sets and the moon rises, Mami Wata's presence becomes more pronounced. Her laughter dances across the water, mixing with the gentle lapping of waves, a melody that beckons to those on the shore. Men who hear her call can hardly resist. She is the spirit of the rivers, the guardian of the seas, but she is also a seductress, a temptress who uses her beauty to lure those who stray too close to the water's edge. The fishermen speak of her with reverence and fear, knowing that her enchanting voice could lead them to riches or to the watery depths where they would never return. Mami Wata has the power to grant wealth and success, but her gifts come with a price. Those who seek her favor often find themselves caught in a web of desire and regret. It is said that once she lays eyes on a man, she can see straight into his heart, revealing both his deepest wishes and his hidden fears. The allure of her beauty can be intoxicating, as if the very water she inhabits has seeped into their souls, drowning their reason and making them yearn for her touch. But those who surrender to her charms risk losing themselves completely, for Mami Wata is as capricious as the tides. The water spirit is often depicted with a tail like that of a fish, a powerful reminder of her connection to the depths. She glides effortlessly through the water, weaving in and out of the shadows, her eyes gleaming with an otherworldly light. In the tales told by the fireside, she is both a benevolent goddess and a fierce avenger, protecting her domain with a fierce ferocity. Fishermen whisper prayers to her, asking for her protection and guidance as they cast their nets into the waters. They know that Mami Wata can either bless their journey or unleash a storm that will capsize their boats and drag them under. Her allure is not just physical, it is wrapped in mystery and magic. Many stories tell of Mami Wata granting boons to those who approach her with pure intentions. She rewards the kind-hearted and punishes those who act selfishly. When a woman is blessed by Mami Wata, she is said to gain beauty and charm, transforming her into a vision of grace. But these blessings come with a catch. Mami Wata expects loyalty, respect, and sometimes, the ultimate sacrifice, a promise to honor her in the world above the waves. Yet, even the most devoted followers can find themselves ensnared in her web. The love and respect that once drove them to worship can quickly turn into obsession. Men and women who seek her too fervently can become lost in their desire, often vanishing without a trace. The waters swallow them whole, and the stories are told of their final moments, a last glimpse of Mami Wata's captivating smile before the depths claim them. In the villages along the rivers, children learn the tales of Mami Wata at a young age. They are taught to respect the water, to understand that its beauty can mask dangers lurking beneath the surface. Mothers warn their daughters to beware of the spirit, for she is both a protector and a predator. When a storm brews on the horizon, the elders gather to tell stories of Mami Wata's wrath, reminding everyone that she must be appeased, lest her fury wreak havoc on the shores. One tale recounts the story of a young fisherman who became enamored with her beauty. Every evening, he would sit by the river, calling out to her, offering gifts of flowers and trinkets, believing that with enough devotion, he could win her heart. As the days turned into weeks, his obsession grew, and soon he found himself unable to focus on anything else. His nets lay empty, his boat remained docked, and his family began to worry. They could see how the river spirit had captivated him, and they feared for his soul. One fateful night, as the moon bathed the river in silver light, the fisherman heard Mami Wata's call more clearly than ever. Her voice wrapped around him like a lover's embrace, promising him everything he had ever desired. He took a step closer to the water, drawn in by the promise of wealth and beauty, of a life filled with magic. But as he reached out, the water surged around him, pulling him into its depths. For a brief moment, he caught a glimpse of Mami Wata, her eyes shimmering like stars, but then darkness enveloped him. The villagers searched for him for days, their hearts heavy with despair. They heard whispers of a spirit who had taken him, a beautiful creature who danced beneath the waves. In the end, they held a ceremony to honor the lost fisherman, offering gifts to Mami Wata in hopes that she would show mercy to his spirit. They lit candles along the shore and sang songs of remembrance, praying that he would find peace in the watery realm where he now belonged. And so, the stories of Mami Wata continue, passed from generation to generation, blending beauty with caution. The waters remain a source of life and mystery, a place where dreams can flourish or be dashed against the rocks. Mami Wata stands as a guardian and a warning, a reminder that beauty can be dangerous, and the allure of the unknown can lead to both joy and heartbreak. As the sun sets and the stars twinkle in the night sky, the rivers continue to flow, holding the secrets of those who have come before. Mami Wata swims among them, forever a part of the landscape, her beauty a shining beacon in the darkness, beckoning to those who dare to approach. The waters remain alive with her spirit, a reminder of the fine line between desire and danger, beauty and despair. Each ripple of the water tells her story, urging all who listen to tread carefully, for Mommy Water is always watching, always waiting. Across the rolling hills and misty forests of Europe, ancient stories weave through the air, passed down through generations like threads in a rich, endless tapestry. Each thread carries the echoes of old gods, enchanted creatures, and timeless heroes, their presence felt in every gust of wind and whisper of leaves. These legends, born from the hearts of the people, are not just tales, they are lifeblood, holding together the fears, hopes, and dreams of entire cultures. For in every corner of Europe, from the icy reaches of Scandinavia to the sun-soaked shores of the Mediterranean, myth has shaped the very soul of the land. Centuries ago, when the nights were longer and the wilds more untamed, people turned to these myths to understand the world around them. When thunder crashed, it wasn't just a storm, it was Thor, the mighty Norse god, hammer in hand, protecting his people from giants. When a woman was lost in the woods, her cries were often believed to be those of the banshee, a wailing spirit from Irish lore, warning of death soon to come. These stories were more than just explanations for the unexplainable, they were part of the rhythm of life, woven into the very way people saw the world. In the Highlands of Scotland, the winds carry tales of the Kelpie, a water spirit that takes the form of a horse, lurking by the edges of lakes, waiting to pull the unwary into its watery grave. Those who lived near these bodies of water would speak in hushed tones of those who had disappeared, taken by the Kelpie's deadly beauty. The story was a warning, yes, but also a reflection of something deeper, of how the landscape itself could turn treacherous, even when it seemed calm. Further east, in the deep forests of Germany, the Brothers Grimm would later collect the stories that had been whispered among villagers for generations. Wolves, witches, and dark magic were more than just fairy tales, they were reminders that evil could lurk in any shadow. But within these dark woods, heroes also arose, like the valiant Siegfried, who battled dragons and fate itself. His courage and tragic end reflected the struggles of mankind, an eternal fight against forces greater than ourselves, whether they come from the world or from within. As time passed, these myths did not fade, instead, they evolved. The bards and storytellers who once spoke by firelight were replaced by poets and writers who etched these legends into the pages of literature. Heroes like Beowulf, who had once been sung about in great halls, were now immortalized in ink. Dragons that had once only haunted dreams now took flight in epic poems and sagas. And the gods who had once walked among mortals were given new life through the words of those who longed to preserve the past. In the frozen north, the sagas of Iceland told of a world where men and gods walked the same path. Odin, with his one eye and endless wisdom, traveled the 9 realms, always seeking more knowledge, no matter the cost. His sacrifice, hanging from the great tree Yggdrasil, wasn't just a tale of a god, it was a reflection of the lengths one would go to understand life's deepest truths. The people who told these stories lived in a land of ice and fire, where survival was a daily battle, and so their gods, too, were fierce and unyielding. But not all legends were of battles and gods. Some were of love, loss, and longing. In the heart of France, the tragic story of Tristan and Isolde told of a love so powerful it defied even death. Their passion, forbidden and doomed, resonated with anyone who had ever loved deeply and lost. It was a reminder that even in a world of magic and gods, the most human of emotions could be the most powerful of all. The legends of Europe also changed as new influences swept across the land. As Christianity spread, many of the old gods were replaced or reimagined. Pagan festivals became Christian holidays, and figures like King Arthur began to blend myth and history, creating something new. The Holy Grail, once a symbol of eternal life and the divine, became the object of a quest that represented both spiritual and worldly perfection. Knights such as Lancelot and Gawain, who fought for honor and love, became symbols of chivalry and virtue, their stories told again and again, reminding people of the values that transcended time. Even in this shift, the old stories never truly vanished. They found new forms, new meanings, hiding beneath the surface of newer tales. The dragons that once plagued heroes now symbolized the inner demons that modern men and women fight. The giants that once roamed the land became metaphors for the challenges that feel too big to overcome. And the brave souls who ventured into the unknown became the explorers of the human heart and mind, searching for meaning in a world that had grown more complex. From the wild peaks of the Alps to the rolling hills of Ireland, from the windswept shores of Greece to the deep forests of Romania, European legends continue to live on. They speak to the universal truths that have shaped humanity for centuries: the desire for knowledge, the battle between good and evil, the power of love, and the inevitability of death. These stories are not just relics of the past, they are living, breathing reflections of who we are. And though the world has changed, though the fireside has given way to the printed page and the flickering screen, these myths still hold the same power. They remind us that we are connected to something larger, something older. They show us that no matter how much time passes, the human heart still yearns for stories that touch the soul, that stir something ancient within us. Through these legends, we find both our fears and our hopes mirrored in the tales of gods, monsters, and heroes. In the end, these stories remind us that we are all part of the same tapestry, woven together by the threads of myth and history, bound by the same desires and struggles that have shaped humanity for as long as anyone can remember. And so, as the wind whispers through the trees and the stars shine above, the legends of Europe continue to tell their timeless tale of love, loss, and the magic that lingers in every corner of the world. The dragon's breath burns hot, a flame that seems to come from the very heart of the earth. Its wings, vast and shadowy, beat against the wind, filling the sky with a deep, terrifying rhythm. Across Europe, from the misty hills of England to the cold fjords of Scandinavia, dragons have long been creatures of fear and awe. These beings, ancient as time itself, have haunted the dreams and nightmares of generations, embodying both the terror of the unknown and the might of nature itself. In the rolling green fields of England, the story of St. George and the dragon is told with reverence. There is something deeply human about this tale of a man, a knight, standing alone against a monstrous, fire-breathing creature. St. George, clad in shining armor, faces a beast whose very existence threatens the peace of the kingdom. The dragon, with its scales glistening like dark gems and eyes glowing with ancient malice, is not merely an animal, it is a force of chaos, destruction incarnate. And yet, against all odds, George pierces the dragon's heart with his lance, bringing the beast down in a final, earth-shaking roar. But the legend of St. George's dragon is more than just a story of good triumphing over evil. It speaks to something buried deep in the human soul, the belief that, no matter how monstrous the challenge, bravery and strength can overcome even the darkest of fears. The dragon's death is a symbol, not just of victory, but of hope, that no matter how terrible the beast, it can be defeated. But even as the dragon falls, its legacy lingers, a reminder of the dangers that always lie just beyond the edge of civilization. In Scandinavia, the dragons are different. They are creatures of the cold, fierce, and untamed like the lands they inhabit. The Viking sagas tell of the dread Nhggr, a dragon that gnaws at the roots of Yggdrasil, the world tree. This dragon is not merely a creature of flesh and bone, it is a symbol of decay, a reminder that even the strongest foundations can be eroded by darkness. With every bite, Nhggr weakens the tree, threatening the balance of the cosmos. The image of this dragon, lurking in the shadows, slowly wearing away at the very fabric of the world, is haunting, a force that cannot be easily fought or conquered, but one that gnaws away, bit by bit, at the stability of life itself. In the mountains of Norway and Sweden, other dragons roamed the wilds. Fafnir, once a man, transformed into a dragon by his greed for gold. His serpentine form wound around the horde, his breath hot with rage and possession. Fafnir's story is not just one of terror but of transformation, a warning about the dangers of letting one's desires consume them. The greed that turned him into a dragon is a mirror of the human condition, a reminder of the monsters we can become if we let darkness fester within us. The hero Sigurd, who finally slays Fafnir, doesn't just kill a beast, he kills the embodiment of greed and corruption. In the dark forests of Eastern Europe, dragons take on another form, often seen as serpentine, wingless creatures that crawl through the underbrush, hissing and spitting fire. In places like Bulgaria and Romania, dragons are said to guard treasure hidden deep within the earth, far beneath crumbling castles and forgotten ruins. These dragons are cunning and sly, waiting patiently for those foolish enough to seek their gold. They are not just monsters, they are guardians, protectors of the secrets buried within the earth. And those who challenge them often pay with their lives. But while many of these dragons are seen as foes, not all are enemies. In some parts of Europe, dragons are revered, even worshipped. In Slavic mythology, the dragon's May is not always a force of destruction. Sometimes, he is a protector, guarding villages and bringing rain to the fields. The people who live under his watch know that while the dragon's power is immense, it is not always evil. This duality, a creature that can both destroy and protect, makes the dragon a figure of respect and fear. And so, across Europe, the dragon takes many forms, some massive and terrifying, others smaller but no less dangerous. Each dragon is different, yet they are bound by a common thread. They are the embodiment of nature's untamable force, of greed, of decay, of chaos. To face a dragon is not just to face a creature, it is to confront the darkness within oneself, to stand against the overwhelming power of the wild and the unknown. In the towns and villages of old Europe, children still gather around the fire, listening to their elders speak of the dragons that once roamed the land. Their eyes grow wide as they hear of the beast's sharp teeth and fiery breath, but somewhere in those stories is also a flicker of hope. For in every tale of a dragon, there is always a hero, someone brave enough to face the beast, no matter how terrifying. These dragons, whether in the skies of England, the icy waters of Scandinavia, or the mountains of the Balkans, are more than just monsters. They are a reflection of the struggles that people face every day, the fight against fear, the battle against greed, the hope that, even in the face of overwhelming odds, courage will prevail. The dragon's roar may echo across the land, but so too does the hero's cry of defiance. And though the age of knights and dragons may seem distant, these stories still resonate. They remind us that while the world is vast and full of danger, there is always a chance for redemption, always the possibility of slaying the dragon, whether it be one of legend or the one that dwells within our own hearts. In the shadowed corners of medieval Europe, there were whispers of a creature so deadly, so terrifying, that even the bravest knights would tremble at its mention. It wasn't the size of the beast that struck fear into the hearts of men, nor its strength. No, the true terror of the basilisk lay in its eyes, eyes that could kill with just a glance. A creature born of nightmares, it slithered through the stories of the time, a symbol of death that could come silently, without warning. The basilisk was no ordinary serpent. Crowned as the Serpent King, it was said to wear a crown upon its head, a twisted mockery of royalty. Its body was sleek and long, shimmering in the dim light with scales that glistened like poisoned emeralds. But it was the basilisk's gaze that made it a legend of death. Its eyes, cold and unblinking, were believed to be the most lethal weapon in the known world. To meet its gaze, even for the briefest moment, was to court death itself. The stories say that entire villages could be wiped out by the mere presence of this creature, the streets littered with lifeless bodies, their faces frozen in fear. There was no fighting the basilisk, no sword that could pierce its deadly power. Even the bravest souls, those who dared to confront dragons and giants, would quail at the thought of the basilisk's stare. For how does one fight something you cannot even look upon? Its presence was a silent and creeping terror, like a shadow stretching over the land, leaving nothing but emptiness in its wake. People spoke of plants wilting and stone crumbling under its gaze, as if the basilisk carried with it a curse that tainted everything it touched. Death followed it like a loyal companion. In the darkest corners of castles and deep within forest glades, people whispered about how the basilisk was born. Some said it hatched from a rooster's egg, laid in the warmth of a toad's nest. This bizarre and unholy union created a creature that defied nature, a being whose very existence seemed like an affront to life itself. The mere thought of such an unnatural creation filled people with unease, as if it were a living reminder of how easily the natural order could be twisted into something terrifying. But the basilisk was not just a monster of the land. It also took residence in the minds of those who feared it. It became more than just a deadly serpent, it became a symbol of all the dangers that cannot be fought with strength or courage alone. The fear it inspired was more than just the fear of death, it was the fear of powerlessness, the dread of something so deadly, so final, that it could not be escaped or reasoned with. To know that such a creature existed, lurking somewhere in the dark corners of the world, was to know that there were forces beyond human control, forces that could end a life with nothing more than a glance. The legends say that the only way to defeat a basilisk was through its own reflection. Those who were brave, or foolish, enough to face the beast would carry mirrors, hoping that the creature's deadly gaze would be turned back upon itself. The idea that something so powerful could be undone by its own strength was a small comfort, but it also carried a deeper meaning. In the story of the basilisk, there was a warning that sometimes the very thing that makes one powerful can also be one's undoing. The basilisk, for all its terrifying power, was vulnerable to its own deadliest weapon. And yet, despite its fearsome reputation, the basilisk was also a creature of mystery. It was rarely seen, only ever glimpsed in the half-light of dusk or in the shadows of a crumbling ruin. Its existence seemed to straddle the line between myth and reality, as if it belonged to a world just out of reach, a world where nightmares walked among men. People would speak of sightings, of towns where every living thing had turned to dust overnight, but no one ever truly knew where the basilisk would strike next. Its presence was felt, more than seen, a lingering dread that settled in the hearts of those who believed in it. In some stories, the basilisk was said to have a poison so potent that it could taint the very air it breathed. To stand too close to the creature was to feel your lungs burn, your skin blister, as if death itself had begun to creep over you. There was no safe distance, no place of refuge once the basilisk had set its sights on you. To face it was to face the inevitable end, and few were ever foolish enough to try. And yet, for all the horror that surrounded the basilisk, there was also something deeply tragic about its existence. It was a creature born to kill, with no choice but to bring death wherever it went. It did not hunt out of hunger, nor did it attack out of anger or malice. It was simply what it was, a being whose very nature was destruction. In that way, the basilisk was as much a victim of fate as those who fell under its gaze. It was trapped in a world where its power was both its strength and its curse, unable to be anything other than what it was. As the stories of the basilisk spread across medieval Europe, so too did the fear it inspired. Farmers would refuse to till certain fields, believing the basilisk lay hidden beneath the earth. Travelers would avoid certain paths, too afraid to risk a chance encounter with the Serpent King. And yet, for all the terror it brought, the basilisk also captured the imagination. It was the ultimate challenge, the embodiment of death itself, lurking just beyond sight, waiting for the moment when its eyes would meet yours and your fate would be sealed. Even now, long after the days of knights and kings, the legend of the basilisk endures. It is a reminder of the things that cannot be fought, the dangers that come without warning and without mercy. And though the basilisk may only live in the pages of old books and the whispers of ancient stories, its presence still lingers in the darkest corners of the mind, a creature of death whose gaze can never truly be forgotten. The wind howls across the North Sea, whipping the waves into towering peaks of icy blue, crashing violently against the fragile wooden ships that dared to venture into these unforgiving waters. For the sailors navigating these endless, cold expanses, the sea itself was not the only thing to fear. Beneath the surface, in the dark, fathomless depths, something monstrous stirred, a creature so vast, so terrifying, that it could drag entire ships to the bottom of the ocean in a matter of moments. They called it the Kraken, and its name alone sent chills through the hearts of those who sailed the northern seas. Legends whispered of a creature larger than any whale, with tentacles as thick as tree trunks and an appetite that could never be satisfied. It lurked in the shadows of the sea, waiting, watching, its enormous body hidden beneath the waves until it decided to strike. To the sailors who dared to cross the waters between Norway and Iceland, the Kraken was more than just a story, it was a living nightmare, a constant threat that could rise from the depths without warning. The Kraken was not a creature of fury or hatred, it was a force of nature, as inevitable and unstoppable as the storms that rolled across the sea. When its massive tentacles emerged from the water, they could wrap around a ship's hull, splintering wood as if it were no more than twigs. Sailors would cry out in terror, their voices lost to the roar of the ocean, as the ship was dragged down into the abyss, swallowed whole by the sea, never to be seen again. There was something almost tragic about the stories of the Kraken. It did not choose its victims with malice or intent, it simply existed, a creature too large, too powerful for the world it inhabited. The sailors who told tales of it did so with a mix of awe and terror, knowing that they, too, could become part of its legend. For the Kraken was not just a beast, it was the embodiment of the ocean's power, a reminder that no matter how skilled or brave a sailor might be, the sea could never truly be conquered. The fishermen of Norway and Iceland would tell stories of seeing the Kraken rise from the water, its massive head breaking the surface like an island suddenly appearing from nowhere. Its eyes, enormous and unblinking, glowed faintly in the mist, watching with a terrifying intelligence. When the Kraken moved, the sea itself seemed to bend and twist around it, as if the very waters feared its presence. Many believed that the Kraken had the power to create whirlpools, vortexes so strong they could pull even the largest ships down to the ocean floor. To see the water begin to swirl beneath your boat was to know that the end had come, that no amount of strength or skill could save you from the beast that waited below. Sailors would try to row, to sail, to flee, but the Kraken was faster. Its tentacles would rise, twisting and curling around the ship, and then, with one final, violent pull, it would vanish beneath the waves, taking its victims with it. For those who survived an encounter with the Kraken, those rare few who lived to tell the tale, their voices would tremble as they recounted the sight of the beast. They would speak of the way the sea seemed to come alive, the way the air filled with an eerie calm just before the attack. The Kraken's power was not just in its size or strength, but in the fear it inspired, the way it could turn the most seasoned sailors into children, terrified and helpless in the face of something they could neither fight nor flee. Yet, despite the fear, there was a strange beauty to the Kraken. It was a creature born of the sea, a part of the wild, untamable forces that governed the oceans. Its sheer size, its ancient, otherworldly presence, made it seem less like a monster and more like a living embodiment of the sea itself. The sailors who told of it did so with a reverence, as if they had glimpsed something beyond human understanding, something that reminded them of their smallness in the face of the natural world. In the cold, misty mornings, as the sun struggled to rise over the horizon, fishermen would gaze out over the water, scanning the surface for any sign of the Kraken. They knew that the sea was full of dangers, storms, icebergs, treacherous currents, but none compared to the fear of the great beast that could rise without warning. And yet, they returned to the sea, again and again, knowing that the Kraken might be out there, waiting. The Kraken was more than a creature, it was a story, a warning passed down through generations. It was a way for sailors to make sense of the dangers they faced, to put a name to the fear that gripped them as they sailed into the unknown. In the cold, dark waters of the North Sea, where the line between life and death was as thin as a ship's hull, the Kraken was a reminder of the power of the ocean, a force that could never be tamed, never be defeated. Even today, the legend of the Kraken lingers, woven into the fabric of the sea itself. It lives on in the tales of fishermen, in the creak of a ship's hull as it sails through the mist, and the eerie silence that sometimes falls over the water, as if the sea is holding its breath. And though the Kraken may never rise again, its shadow remains, a reminder that the ocean, in all its beauty and majesty, holds secrets we may never fully understand. In the ancient hills of Greece, where the winds carried the scent of wild thyme and olive trees, people whispered of a creature so terrifying, so unnatural, that its very existence seemed a curse upon the world. It was not born of this earth in any ordinary way, but instead, a nightmare stitched together from the most dangerous creatures to ever walk, crawl, or slither. This was the Chimera, a monster unlike any other, part lion, part goat, and part serpent. But it was not just its grotesque form that filled hearts with dread. The Chimera breathed fire. To hear the Chimera's roar was to hear the voice of death. The lion's head, fierce and untamed, sat at the front, its golden mane matted with the blood of those who dared to stand in its path. Its eyes burned with a wild fury, and its fangs were sharp enough to tear through armor. From the lion's mouth, flames erupted, scorching the earth beneath its feet, turning stone to ash in an instant. The fire did not crackle like a normal blaze, it hissed, alive and hungry, as if the fire itself was a beast waiting to devour anything in its way. Behind the lion's head, an eerie and unsettling sight, a goat's head jutted out from the middle of its body. The goat's eyes were wide, filled with madness, its mouth constantly bleeding in a twisted echo of its lion counterpart's roar. But this was no ordinary goat. Its horns were sharp and twisted like the mountains themselves, and it held within it a cruel and spiteful intelligence. This goat's head was a reminder that the chimera was not just a brute force of nature, but a cunning creature, capable of thinking and strategizing as it hunted. And then, there was the serpent. Its scales gleamed with a poisonous sheen, its body coiled tightly behind the lion and goat. The serpent was the tail of this abomination, but it was no less dangerous. It slithered and snapped with deadly precision, its venom potent enough to kill with just a single bite. Where the lion's brute strength and the goat's madness might fail, the serpent struck with silent, lethal intent, ensuring there was no escape for anyone caught in the chimera's path. It was said that the chimera was born from the god's wrath, a punishment for mankind's arrogance and greed. The people of the time believed that it was sent to remind them of the chaos that lay beneath the thin veneer of their civilization, of the wild and uncontrollable forces that could rise up at any moment to tear their world apart. To encounter the chimera was to face a force that no human hand could tame or defeat easily. It was the embodiment of nature's fury, a beast that cared nothing for reason or mercy. But the chimera did not live in some far-off land, hidden away from the eyes of man. It roamed freely, scorching the earth in its wake, leaving villages in flames and fields in ruin. Those who saw it and lived to tell the tale spoke of how the sky itself seemed to darken when the chimera approached, as if the very heavens were afraid of what was to come. The air would grow thick with the stench of burning flesh, and the ground would tremble under the weight of the beast's massive paws. And then, just as suddenly as it appeared, the chimera would vanish into the wilderness, leaving nothing but smoke and ash behind. Yet, for all its terror, the chimera was also a creature of sorrow. It did not choose its monstrous form. It was born of chaos, a twisted creation that had no place in the world of men or gods. It wandered the earth, neither fully of this world nor of the underworld, an outcast, forever feared and never understood. Its very existence was a curse, and in its eyes, one might glimpse not just fury, but a deep, aching loneliness. The people of Greece would tell stories of the chimera to their children, not just to frighten them, but to teach them about the dangers of hubris and the consequences of challenging forces beyond their control. They spoke of how even the bravest warriors would tremble before the chimera, knowing that no sword or spear could pierce its impenetrable hide, no shield could withstand the fire that poured from its mouth. To face the chimera was to face death itself. But there was one who did not fear the beast. Bellerophon, a hero of great renown, was tasked with slaying the chimera, a task that seemed impossible. Armed with his courage and his unyielding determination, Bellerophon mounted the winged horse Pegasus, soaring above the earth, far from the reach of the chimera's deadly fire. From the sky, he launched his attack, striking the chimera with his spear, but it was not enough. The beast roared in fury, flames shooting into the air, but Bellerophon was relentless. With each pass, he came closer to defeating the monster, until finally, with a blow from above, he drove his spear into the chimera's fiery throat. Even in death, the chimera fought. Its body writhed, its serpent tail lashing out, its lion's head roaring one last time before it finally collapsed, its fire extinguished forever. And yet, as the smoke cleared and the people of Greece rejoiced, there was a moment of silence, a moment where they all realized that something more than just a beast had been slain. The chimera, for all its terror, was a reminder of the forces that existed beyond their control, forces that could never truly be vanquished. The story of the chimera has lived on through the ages, not just as a tale of a monster defeated, but as a symbol of the chaos that exists within the world and within ourselves. It reminds us that there are things in this world that cannot be tamed or understood, forces that we must respect, lest they rise up and consume us. And though the chimera may be gone, its fire still burns in the stories we tell, a reminder that some monsters are born not just from the darkness of the world, but from the darkness within. In the heart of the dense, shadowy forests of Eastern Europe, where the trees stand tall like ancient sentinels and the wind whispers secrets that no one dares to understand, there is a name that chills the blood of those who hear it, Baba Yaga. To the people who live near these woods, Baba Yaga is not just a story. She is real as the rustling leaves and the cold touch of the wind at night. Her presence is a force that cannot be denied, lurking in the darkest corners of the forest, waiting. Baba Yaga is no ordinary witch. She does not simply cast spells or brew potions in some hidden cottage. No, Baba Yaga flies. Not on a broomstick, like other witches in stories, but in a mortar, a large, weathered bowl, and she uses a pestle to push herself through the air, leaving a trail of dread in her wake. Her movements are swift and silent, as if she is one with the wind, slipping through the trees, her bony fingers gripping the pestle as she glides through the night like a storm. The forest, dark and foreboding, is her domain. It is said that Baba Yaga's home is not a normal house, but one that stands on enormous chicken legs, towering above the trees, moving from place to place whenever she pleases. The house, much like its mistress, is alive. Its windows blink like eyes, and the doors creak with a mind of their own. To find it is almost impossible unless Baba Yaga wills it. And those who do stumble upon it rarely return the same, if they return at all. Her appearance alone is enough to strike terror into the bravest of hearts. Baba Yaga is old, older than anyone can remember, older than the forest itself, some say. Her skin is like parchment, stretched tight over her bones, her hair long and wild, like the tangled roots of ancient trees. Her eyes are deep-set, gleaming with a dangerous intelligence, and her crooked nose can sniff out a person's soul from miles away. It is said that when Baba Yaga smiles, her teeth, sharp and yellowed, shine like the fangs of a wild beast, ready to devour. But Baba Yaga is not a simple villain. In her forest, she is both terror and wisdom. She may take lives, yes, but she also holds the knowledge of life and death, the secrets of the world that no one else dares to speak. Those brave enough, or desperate enough, to seek her out know that the price for her help is never easy. She may ask for something as simple as a task, something that seems small but carries the weight of the world. To disobey her, to fail, means certain death, but to succeed is to be granted a glimpse of power or truth that no one else could offer. Baba Yaga's voice is as harsh as the winter winds that sweep through the forest. Her commands are sharp, and her laughter echoes through the trees, sending shivers down the spine of anyone foolish enough to believe they can outwit her. She has no patience for weakness or cowardice, and those who try to deceive her often meet a grisly end, disappearing into the depths of the forest, never to be seen again. But, for all her cruelty, there is something strangely just about Baba Yaga. She does not kill for the sake of killing. Her actions are driven by a deeper force, something ancient and untouchable. In her twisted way, she rewards those who show bravery, cunning, and respect for the wildness of the world. She may grant a hero the tools they need to succeed, if they prove themselves worthy. But her gifts come at a cost, for Baba Yaga does not give without taking something in return. The children of Eastern Europe grow up hearing tales of Baba Yaga. Parents warn them to behave, to be good, for if they do not, Baba Yaga might come for them. But the fear that surrounds her is not just for children. Even grown men and women, hardened by the harshness of life, shudder when they think of her. For Baba Yaga represents something far more terrifying than just a witch in the woods. She is the unknown, the unpredictable force of nature that can never be tamed. Some say that Baba Yaga has lived for centuries, perhaps even since the beginning of time. She is as much a part of the forest as the trees themselves, a spirit of the wild, untamed and free. There is something almost tragic about her, an ancient being, alone in her moving house, surrounded by the endless silence of the forest. She does not belong in the world of men, nor does she want to. The forest is her kingdom, and she rules it with an iron will. For those brave enough to seek her out, the forest becomes a test. It is said that the trees themselves whisper warnings to those who enter, guiding them or confusing them, depending on Baba Yaga's mood. Her house is never in the same place twice, and the journey to find it is perilous. Rivers swell unexpectedly, paths twist and turn, and strange creatures lurk in the shadows, watching. But for those who persist, who push through the fear and the darkness, there is a chance, a slim chance, that Baba Yaga may offer her help. if they can survive her tests, if they can prove their worth. And so, Baba Yaga remains, a figure of both fear and fascination, her story woven into the very fabric of the land she inhabits. She is the witch of the woods, the keeper of ancient wisdom, the force that reminds the world that nature is not to be trifled with. To those who wander too close, she is a predator, swift and merciless. But to those who seek her with pure hearts, with courage and respect, she is something more, a guardian of the wild truths that have long been forgotten by the world of men. Baba Yaga, in all her fearsome glory, is a reminder that some forces are beyond understanding, beyond control, and that the forest, like Baba Yaga herself, will always have the last word. Along the misty shores of Scotland and Ireland, where the crashing waves seem to hum ancient songs, there is a legend that the sea itself hides secrets, deep and untold. Among these mysteries are the Selkies, creatures born of both water and land, who glide gracefully through the sea as seals but have the power to shed their skin and become human. These seal people, whose stories have whispered through Celtic folklore for generations, carry with them the aching beauty of the ocean's pull and the sorrow of a life forever torn between two worlds. The Selkies are said to be as mysterious as the tides themselves. In their seal form, they are indistinguishable from the other seals that bask on the rocky shores or dive into the cold northern seas. But when they come onto land, when the moon is full and the night is still, they can remove their sleek, wet seal skins and reveal the form of beautiful men and women. Their human forms are striking, ethereal, as if they are not fully of this world. With flowing hair and eyes that seem to hold the depth of the ocean itself, they are both mesmerizing and heartbreaking to behold. For though they walk the earth with human feet, their hearts forever belong to the sea. It is said that if a human were to find a Selkie skin while they were in their human form, the Selkie would be bound to them, unable to return to the ocean. Many stories tell of fishermen or lonely villagers who stumble upon these skins, hidden beneath rocks or in secret coves, and take them. The Selkies, stripped of their freedom, become unwilling wives or husbands, tied to the land by the loss of their seal form. But despite their newfound life on land, their longing for the sea never fades. In their eyes, you can see the constant yearning, the pull of the waves that call them home. They might smile, they might even love, but the ocean's song is never silenced in their hearts. These stories are bittersweet, for while the human partners may fall deeply in love with their Selkie companions, there is always a shadow hanging over their happiness. The Selkies do not belong to the earth. Their time on land, even when spent in moments of joy, is a form of captivity. And so, the legends often end the same way. The Selkie finds their hidden skin or someone takes pity and returns it to them. When that happens, no matter how much love has blossomed, no matter how many years have passed, the Selkie returns to the sea, vanishing beneath the waves and leaving their human families behind. The shore, once filled with laughter and life, is left in silence, save for the sound of the waves lapping against the rocks. For those left behind, there is a deep, aching loss. It is the same grief that comes with the sea's tides, the knowledge that something precious has slipped away, something that can never be held or fully understood. Children born from these unions, half human and half Selkie, are often said to stand at the water's edge, staring out at the horizon, as if waiting for their lost parent to return. The sea is in their blood, in their bones, and though they may live their lives on land, they carry the same longing, the same pull toward the water that their Selkie parent felt. In some versions of the tale, the human partner, in their grief, throws themselves into the sea, hoping to join their lost love, hoping to transform and live in the water as they do. But the ocean does not grant such wishes. Humans belong to the land, just as Selkies belong to the sea. The divide between them, though bridged temporarily through magic, is too vast to be crossed permanently. The sea takes back what is hers, and the land is left to mourn. But not all Selkie stories are tales of heartbreak. In some, the Selkies are playful, mischievous beings who come to shore for the sheer joy of experiencing life as humans, if only for a night. They dance beneath the stars, their laughter blending with the sounds of the waves, their movements light and free. For them, the land is an escape, a momentary freedom from the depths of the ocean. They revel in the sensation of air on their skin, of grass beneath their feet, of the moonlight kissing their faces. But they always return to the sea, their true home, before dawn breaks. The Selkie folklore is wrapped in the mystery of the sea itself. The ocean is vast, unknowable, and the creatures that dwell within it seem to carry that same enigma. The Selkies embody the duality of life, the desire for freedom and the pull of responsibility, the beauty of love and the pain of loss. Their stories speak to the human heart, because at some point, we all feel that longing for something just out of reach, something we cannot hold onto no matter how hard we try. For the people who live along the coasts of Scotland and Ireland, the sea is more than just a body of water. It is alive, full of spirits and creatures, full of danger and beauty. The Selkies, with their dual nature, represent that delicate balance between what we can see and what we cannot, between the known and the unknown. Their presence in the folklore reminds us that there is always something more, something beyond the horizon that we may never fully understand. Yet, for all the sorrow and longing, there is also a certain beauty in the Selkies' return to the sea. They are, after all, creatures of the water, and to deny them their true nature is to deny them the very essence of who they are. When they slip back into their sealskins, when they dive beneath the waves, they are not abandoning life, they are reclaiming it. They are returning to the place where they belong, the place that has always called to them. And though their human loved ones may be left behind, the Selkies themselves are finally free, at peace in the depths of the ocean that cradles them. In the end, the Selkie stories are not just about love and loss, they are about the enduring power of nature, the call of the wild places that still live within us all. The sea, with its endless mysteries, continues to whisper its stories, and the Selkies, gliding beneath the waves, remain a part of that timeless, untouchable magic. The ancient lands of Asia have long been shrouded in mystery and wonder, their skies, forests, and rivers hiding stories that stir the soul. Across this vast continent, from the snowy peaks of the Himalayas to the dense jungles of Southeast Asia, creatures of myth and legend have roamed, their tales passed down through generations, whispered by wind and rain. These creatures, born from the imaginations of cultures as old as time itself, are more than just stories, they are the embodiment of the hopes, fears, and dreams of those who first told their tales. In the northern mountains of Mongolia, there is the tale of the elusive Buk, a mighty stag whose antlers gleamed like gold. It is said that this creature is no ordinary animal, but a spirit guide, appearing only to the most worthy of warriors or travelers lost in the wilderness. Those lucky enough to see the Buk speak of its ethereal beauty, its presence so powerful that it feels like the earth holds its breath in reverence. But the Buk is not there for all to see. Only the pure of heart, those who seek peace rather than power, can hope to glimpse its form. It is said that following the Buk will lead one not to riches, but to an understanding of life's deeper truths, to the realization that true wealth lies in wisdom and compassion. Travel further east, and you will hear the roar of the Chinese dragon. But this is no dragon of fire and destruction, this is a creature of the skies, of storms, of life itself. The Chinese dragon is revered as a symbol of power, strength, and good fortune, its long, serpentine body dancing through the clouds, controlling the winds and rain. It is a protector, a guardian of the people, called upon in times of drought or disaster to bring life back to the land. Unlike the Western dragons, feared for their ferocity, the Chinese dragon is a creature of grace and honor, a being that exists in harmony with the world, rather than in opposition to it. Its presence in the sky is not a threat but a blessing, a sign that the heavens are watching over the earth. In Japan, stories speak of the kitsune, a fox spirit with the ability to shapeshift into human form. These creatures are both feared and revered, for they are tricksters, weaving illusions to deceive those who cross their path. But the kitsune are not malicious, they are playful, testing the wit and character of those they encounter. In some tales, they take the form of beautiful women, their charm irresistible, luring men into their games. Yet beneath the surface of their mischief lies a deeper purpose. The kitsune are said to be guardians of the Shinto temples, messengers of the gods, their playful nature hiding a deeper wisdom. They remind us that life is not always what it seems, that the world is full of mystery, and that we should approach it with both caution and wonder. Moving south to the rainforests of Southeast Asia, there is the legend of the Naga, a serpent-like being that dwells in the rivers and lakes. The Naga is a creature of great power, revered as a protector of water and fertility. In many cultures, water is life, and so the Naga, with its ability to control the flow of rivers and bring the rains, is seen as a bringer of life. But the Naga can also be dangerous. When angered, it can cause floods and storms, its wrath as powerful as its blessings. The people of Southeast Asia tell stories of how the Naga will only protect those who respect the water, who honor the balance of nature. To offend the Naga is to invite disaster, to forget that the world is not ours to control, but to live in harmony with. In India, there is the Garuda, a magnificent bird-like creature, half man, half eagle, whose wings are said to blot out the sun. The Garuda is a symbol of courage and devotion, known as the mount of the god Vishnu, flying between the heavens and the earth with messages from the gods. It is said that the Garuda's wings can carry not just the weight of its enormous body, but the weight of the world's struggles as well. It is a protector of the weak, a fighter against evil, and a beacon of hope. To see the Garuda in flight is to feel the wind of change, the possibility of victory in the face of overwhelming odds. And then, in the deserts of the Middle East, there is the roc, a bird so large that its wingspan could cover mountains. The roc is a creature of unimaginable strength, capable of lifting elephants in its talons. Its cry echoes through the barren lands, a sound that strikes fear into the hearts of those who hear it. Yet the roc is not a creature of malice. It is a protector of the land, watching over the deserts, ensuring that the balance of nature is kept. Its immense power is matched only by its wisdom, for the roc understands the delicate balance of life in the harsh desert, where survival is not guaranteed, and every living thing must fight for its place in the world. Across the vast Asian continent, these creatures speak to something timeless in the human spirit. They remind us of the beauty and danger of the natural world, of the power that lies beyond our control. Whether they soar through the skies, slither through the waters, or prowl the forests, they represent the forces of life that are both magnificent and terrifying. They are not just characters in stories, they are reflections of the world as it is, and as it could be, creatures that embody the mysteries of existence and the eternal struggle between light and dark, life and death. Their stories have survived through the ages because they speak to something fundamental in us all. They remind us that the world is full of wonders, that there are forces greater than ourselves, and that in the end, we are just small parts of a much larger story. These mythological creatures of Asia continue to captivate the imagination, not because they are distant relics of the past, but because they still resonate with the fears, hopes, and dreams we carry with us today. They live on in the whispers of the wind, the roar of the ocean, and the stillness of the mountains, forever a part of the land from which they were born. Every year, as the winter chill grips the land and the nights grow longer, there is a sense of quiet anticipation in China. It's a time when families gather, streets are adorned with vibrant red lanterns, and the sky bursts to life with fireworks. But beneath the joy and festivity, there lingers the memory of a creature feared for centuries, a creature that once struck terror into the hearts of villages, but whose legacy now fuels the celebrations of the Chinese New Year. This is the tale of Nian, the beast whose story echoes through time, wrapped in both fear and triumph. Long ago, before the streets were filled with laughter and light, Nian would emerge from the shadows, a monster unlike any other. Its form was a terrifying blend of strength and malice. Some said it had the body of a lion, powerful and menacing, with a roar that could shake the mountains. Others whispered of its sharp horns and impenetrable scales, as if nature itself had crafted Nian to be unstoppable. But most terrifying of all were its eyes, glowing with a hunger that could never be satisfied. It was said that Nian would descend from its mountain lair once a year, during the dead of winter, when the land was at its most vulnerable. The people lived in constant fear of Nian's yearly visit. On the eve of the Lunar New Year, when the moon hung heavy in the sky and the world seemed to hold its breath, Nian would come. It would stalk through the villages, leaving destruction in its wake. Doors were bolted, windows shuttered, and families huddled together in their homes, praying that Nian would pass them by. But prayers alone were not enough to keep the beast at bay. Year after year, Nian would tear through the villages, devouring crops, livestock, and sometimes even people. Nothing seemed to stop it. The fear was so great that many wondered if the new year would bring only sorrow and loss. But amid the darkness, hope has a way of finding its place. The legend says that one day, an old man appeared in a village on the eve of Nian's return. He was a stranger, with silver hair and eyes that sparkled with wisdom. The villagers, consumed by their fear, told him to leave before Nian arrived, for they feared the beast would claim him as its next victim. But the old man only smiled. He told them not to worry, that he had a plan to drive Nian away. With nothing left to lose, the villagers allowed him to stay. As night fell and the air grew heavy with dread, the old man set to work. He covered the village in bright red banners and hung red paper on every door. Red, a color so bold and vivid, was said to symbolize luck and fortune, but to the old man, it meant something more. He knew a secret about Nian. Despite all its strength and fury, the beast feared the color red. But that was not all. As the night wore on, the old man lit firecrackers, filling the air with loud, crackling explosions. The noise echoed through the mountains, startling the villagers and sending their hearts racing. But Nian, for all its fearsome power, could not stand the noise. It recoiled at the sound, its keen ears overwhelmed by the bursts of fire and light. When Nian finally appeared, its mighty form looming over the village, it was met with a sight it had never seen before: red flames, red banners, and the deafening roar of firecrackers. The beast hesitated. For the first time in years, the mighty Nian was afraid. The villagers, watching from their homes, could hardly believe their eyes. Nian, the terror of their nightmares, turned and fled, retreating back to the mountains, where it would not return again for another year. The villagers were overjoyed. The old man had shown them how to protect themselves, how to turn their fear into strength. And from that day forward, every year on the eve of the Lunar New Year, the people of China would paint their homes in red and light firecrackers to ward off Nian. They no longer feared its return, for they knew they had the power to keep it at bay. Over time, the story of Nian transformed. What was once a tale of terror became a symbol of resilience and hope. The red banners that once warded off a monster are now hung to welcome the new year with good fortune. The firecrackers, once a desperate attempt to scare away Nian, now explode in celebration, marking the triumph of light over darkness, of joy over fear. The people no longer hide from Nian, they celebrate the victory over it, knowing that even the fiercest of monsters can be defeated. The legend of Nian is more than just a story. It is a reminder that fear can be conquered, that even in the face of overwhelming odds, there is always a way to fight back. The people who once cowered in their homes now stand tall, the traditions a testament to the power of courage and unity. And as each new year begins, they remember Nian, not with fear, but with gratitude, for it was through the beast that they learned the strength that lies within them. Today, as families gather to celebrate the Lunar New Year, the echoes of Nian's tale can still be felt. The red banners flutter in the breeze, the firecrackers light up the sky, and the streets are filled with laughter. But beneath it all, there is a quiet acknowledgement of the past, a recognition of the journey from fear to triumph. Nian, the monster of old, has become a part of the celebration, a symbol of the challenges that have been faced and overcome. In every red lantern that glows in the night, and every crackle of firecrackers, there is a piece of Nian's story, a story not of defeat, but of the indomitable spirit of those who faced the darkness and found a way to bring light. There are creatures that bring fear, and then there are those that bring peace, their very presence a promise of goodness and prosperity. In Chinese mythology, one creature stands out not for its terror, but for the hope it represents, the Qilin. Majestic, gentle, and almost otherworldly, it is said that whenever the Qilin appears, fortune is sure to follow. Its graceful steps have touched the hearts of many, offering a glimpse of serenity in a world often filled with chaos. Legend tells that the Qilin is no ordinary beast. It is part dragon, part deer, and part horse, with scales that shimmer like 1,000 stars. Its body is covered in a coat of golden and emerald hues, like sunlight filtering through the leaves of an ancient forest. Its face holds the wisdom of ages, with eyes so deep and kind that it's as though they can see into the soul of the earth itself. Yet despite its size and strength, the Qilin is a peaceful creature, never causing harm, never raising a claw or horn in anger. The Qilin doesn't appear often, and that is what makes its sighting so precious. Throughout history, it has been believed that the Qilin emerges only during times of great prosperity or when a wise and just ruler is in power. Its arrival is a sign from the heavens, a message that peace is flourishing and the people are thriving. In times of hardship, when drought or famine plagued the land, people would pray for the Qilin to show itself, hoping that its presence would signal the end of their suffering. It is said that the Qilin walks so lightly upon the earth that it does not disturb even a single blade of grass beneath its feet. It moves like the wind, silent and swift, with a grace that seems almost impossible for a creature of its size. It is as if the earth itself welcomes the Qilin's steps, bending to its will, grateful for its rare visit. This creature carries the essence of life within it, and wherever it goes, it leaves behind a trail of beauty. Flowers bloom, rivers flow more brightly, and the sky clears as though nature itself is rejoicing. There is a tale told among the elders of a time long ago when the Qilin appeared before a young emperor who had just ascended the throne. The land had been ravaged by war, the people broken and weary from years of conflict. The new emperor, though young, was wise beyond his years and deeply loved his people. One night, as he prayed for guidance in the palace gardens, a soft light began to glow at the edge of the forest. Out of the darkness stepped the Qilin, its eyes warm and full of knowing. The emperor, awestruck by the creature's beauty and grace, fell to his knees. He could feel the weight of his crown, the burdens of his people, but in the presence of the Qilin, that weight seemed to lift. Without words, the Qilin communicated something profound, something that stirred within the emperor's heart. It was a promise, not of an easy path, but of a future where kindness and wisdom would bring peace to the land. The Qilin bowed its head gently before vanishing back into the night, leaving behind the scent of jasmine and the quiet hum of peace. The emperor ruled with fairness and compassion, his reign marked by years of prosperity. The people believed that the Qilin had blessed him, and that as long as he ruled justly, the creature would remain in their hearts, watching over the land from afar. And though the Qilin did not appear again during his lifetime, its presence was always felt, a gentle reminder that goodness, when cherished, can bring about the most incredible transformations. But the Qilin is more than just a symbol of good fortune. It embodies the delicate balance between power and gentleness, strength and kindness. Unlike the fierce dragons or the cunning fox spirits of other legends, the Qilin's power lies in its peaceful nature. It teaches that true strength is not found in domination or fear, but in compassion and care for others. The Qilin's very existence is a testament to the belief that harmony, both within oneself and with the world, is the ultimate form of prosperity. There are whispers that the Qilin also has the ability to judge the hearts of men. It is said that when the Qilin encounters someone with a pure soul, it will bow before them, recognizing their goodness. But if it faces someone filled with greed or cruelty, the Qilin will turn away, refusing to bless them with its presence. This, more than anything, makes the Qilin a creature revered not only for its beauty but for the moral guidance it provides. It serves as a reminder that in the eyes of the heavens, one's true worth is measured by their kindness and integrity. In some stories, the Qilin has been known to appear at the birth of great sages or leaders, as if to herald the arrival of someone destined to bring light into the world. When Confucius, the great philosopher, was born, it is said that a Qilin appeared in the village, gently carrying a jade tablet in its mouth. The tablet bore an inscription foretelling the birth of a great teacher, someone who would change the world with his wisdom. The Qilin's visit was seen as a sign that Confucius was chosen by the heavens to guide humanity. Though the Qilin's sightings are rare, its spirit lives on in the hearts of those who believe in the power of kindness and peace. It is a creature that embodies hope, a hope that even in times of turmoil, there is a way to return to balance and harmony. The Qilin does not fight wars or conquer lands. It simply appears, quietly and softly, as a reminder that the greatest power of all lies in the ability to create peace, to nurture life, and to honor the beauty of the world. As the Qilin glides through the mist of legend, it leaves behind not only the scent of flowers and the shimmer of stars, but a message that resonates through time. Its presence, whether real or imagined, is a gentle nudge toward a life lived with grace. And perhaps, just perhaps, if one listens closely on a still night, they may hear the soft whisper of the Chilant's footsteps, guiding them toward a future filled with light, love, and prosperity. The lush landscapes of South and Southeast Asia are rich with tales of creatures that stir the imagination. Among these tales, the Naga stands out as a majestic figure, a serpent being intertwined with the threads of Hindu and Buddhist mythology. With a form that blends the beauty of the serpent and the majesty of a deity, the Naga captivates hearts and minds, embodying both grace and power. It is said that wherever the Naga swims, life flourishes, and waters flow abundantly. The Naga is more than just a creature of myth, it represents a deep connection to nature and the world around us. In many stories, Nagas are the guardians of rivers and lakes, protecting the waters that sustain life. Their bodies are often depicted as adorned with scales that shimmer like jewels, reflecting the sunlight and enchanting all who gaze upon them. Their long, sinuous forms glide through the waters with a fluidity that seems almost magical, embodying the flow of life itself. In Hindu mythology, the Naga holds a special place, often associated with divine powers and wisdom. They are believed to be the descendants of the great sage Kashyapa and his wife Kadru. These serpent beings are not just fearsome, they can also be benevolent, offering blessings to those who honor them. They symbolize the dual nature of existence. Just as they can be protectors, they can also unleash their fury when disrespected. This duality reflects the delicate balance in nature itself, reminding us that respect for the environment is essential. One of the most famous stories surrounding the Naga involves the churning of the ocean of milk, a monumental event in Hindu mythology. As gods and demons worked together to extract the nectar of immortality, a Naga named Vasuki played a crucial role. He wrapped his powerful body around Mount Mandara, which served as the churning rod. While the gods and demons tugged on Vasuki, they unleashed a torrent of power and energy. The Naga, despite the strain, remained steadfast, a testament to loyalty and sacrifice. The churning of the ocean also released a host of treasures and gifts, including the goddess Lakshmi, who emerged from the waters, bringing prosperity and abundance to the world. It is believed that the presence of Vasuki not only facilitated this miraculous event, but also safeguarded the balance of power in the universe. This story highlights the Naga's role as both a participant in cosmic events and a guardian of harmony. In Buddhist mythology, the Naga is similarly revered, embodying qualities of protection and enlightenment. They are often depicted as protectors of the Buddha, shielding him from harm and aiding in his quest for enlightenment. One of the most touching tales tells of a Naga named Mukulenda, who sheltered the Buddha from a storm. As rain poured down, Mukulenda rose from the depths of the water and coiled around the Buddha, spreading his hood to shield him from the rain. In this act of devotion, the Naga demonstrated the deep connection between the divine and the earthly, reminding us of the bonds that unite all living beings. The Naga's ability to shapeshift is another aspect of its mystique. In some stories, they are depicted as half-human and half-serpent, showcasing their dual nature. These beings embody the connection between the physical and spiritual worlds, reminding us that there is more to existence than meets the eye. In some cultures, they are seen as protectors of hidden treasures, guardians of knowledge and wisdom that lie beneath the surface. This idea speaks to the importance of seeking truth and understanding in a world often clouded by illusion. The Naga is not just a figure of mythology but also a symbol of the human experience. In many cultures, snakes represent transformation and renewal, echoing the cycles of life, death, and rebirth. The Naga's connection to water further enhances this symbolism. Water is often seen as a source of life, a nurturing force that sustains all living beings. The Naga, as the guardian of these waters, embodies the essence of life itself. In Southeast Asia, the Naga appears prominently in the cultural fabric of various societies. In Laos, for instance, the Naga is associated with the Mekong River, believed to protect the river and its inhabitants. Festivals celebrating the Naga highlight the creature's role in sustaining the community, showcasing a deep appreciation for nature's gifts. People gather to honor the Naga, offering prayers and rituals, hoping for its blessings. The Naga serves as a reminder of the interconnectedness of all life and the importance of respecting the natural world. Similarly, in Cambodia, the Naga is often depicted in art and architecture, most notably in the magnificent temples of Angkor Wat. The serpent's presence is woven into the very fabric of the landscape, symbolizing the protective energy that watches over the land. Local folklore tells stories of how the Naga aided in the construction of these grand structures, reinforcing its status as a benevolent force. Yet, the Naga also serves as a cautionary tale. There are stories warning of the consequences of disrespecting these serpent beings. When ignored or disrespected, the Naga can unleash floods or storms, reminding humanity of the delicate balance of nature. These stories serve as important lessons about the need to honor the earth and its creatures, fostering a sense of stewardship and care. As dusk falls over the waters, the air is filled with whispers of the Naga, stories passed down through generations. Children gather around the fire, eyes wide with wonder as elders recount tales of these serpent beings. They speak of the Naga's beauty, power, and wisdom, instilling a sense of reverence for the natural world. The stories connect them to their heritage, reminding them of their responsibility to protect the environment. In a world increasingly detached from nature, the Naga remains a powerful symbol of connection. Its stories remind us to honor the balance of life, to respect the waters that nurture us, and to seek wisdom in the tales of our ancestors. The Naga teaches us that while we may face challenges, there is always a path to harmony and understanding. As we listen to these tales, we are reminded that the essence of the Naga lives within us all, a call to protect, to nurture, and to celebrate the beauty of our world. In the quiet corners of Japan, shadows dance in the moonlight, and the air is thick with whispers of ancient spirits. These are the yokai, supernatural beings that inhabit the folklore of this enchanting land. Some are playful, some mischievous, and others can be downright terrifying. The tales of yokai stir emotions and create an atmosphere that blends beauty with a hint of fear, reminding us of the mystery and magic that exists just beyond our understanding. Among the most intriguing of these creatures is the Tengu, often depicted with a beak-like nose and red face. Tengu are guardians of the mountains and forests, skilled in martial arts and wisdom. They embody the spirit of nature, sometimes serving as protectors and at other times as tricksters. Legends tell of travelers who, lost in the woods, encounter a Tengu who offers guidance but may also lead them astray if they show disrespect. These encounters teach valuable lessons about humility and respect for the natural world. The Tengu is a reminder of the balance between man and nature, urging us to tread lightly in the places we explore. Then there are the Kitsune, the enchanting fox spirits that capture hearts and imaginations. With their mesmerizing beauty and cunning nature, Kitsune are often seen as messengers of Inari, the deity of rice and fertility. These foxes can shapeshift into beautiful women, weaving tales of love, loyalty, and betrayal. Their eyes, filled with ancient wisdom, seem to hold secrets of the universe. In one poignant tale, a man falls in love with a woman who is, unbeknownst to him, a Kitsune in disguise. Their love blossoms, but eventually, she must reveal her true self. Heartbroken yet understanding, the man learns to cherish the memories of their time together, even as he watches her disappear into the night. Kitsune embody the duality of human nature, their playful and protective sides reflecting the complexity of our emotions. They are not merely spirits of mischief, but also symbols of loyalty and devotion. In folklore, it is said that a loyal Kitsune will remain by its owner's side for eternity, watching over them, even after death. This bond transcends the mortal realm, reminding us of the enduring connections we form with those we love. The stories of yokai often emerge from the very landscape of Japan itself. Each mountain, river, and forest harbors its own tales, weaving a rich tapestry of culture and belief. The Uriai, or restless spirits, are another important aspect of this mythology. These spirits, often depicted in flowing white garments, represent the souls of those who have died with unfinished business or deep sorrow. They wander the earth, seeking closure and peace. When a loved one passes, families hold ceremonies to honor their memory, believing that it can help guide the Uriai toward the afterlife. One haunting tale tells of a Uri that returns to a village after a sudden tragedy. The villagers, gripped by fear, begin to avoid the area. Yet, in the darkness of night, a young child hears soft weeping and ventures into the woods. There, they find the spirit, mourning its lost family. Instead of fleeing, the child offers comfort, bringing food and flowers to the sorrowful figure. This simple act of kindness breaks the cycle of despair, allowing the spirit to finally rest. The story leaves a powerful impression, teaching that empathy can heal even the deepest wounds. Another significant yokai is the Rokorokubi, a creature that appears as a human during the day but transforms at night, stretching its neck to great lengths. This being embodies the theme of hidden duality in humans, a reflection of our secret fears and desires. The Rokorokubi often finds itself torn between its human and yokai nature, symbolizing the struggle within us all. It serves as a reminder that every individual has complexities that may not be immediately visible. Sometimes, understanding the darker aspects of ourselves is necessary to embrace our true nature. Japan's cultural richness is reflected in its festivals, many of which honor these spirits. During Obon, a time to remember the deceased, lanterns are lit to guide the souls of loved ones back to their resting places. Families gather, sharing stories and meals, connecting with the past and celebrating the cycle of life and death. The atmosphere is filled with warmth and reverence, as the boundaries between the living and the spirits blur, fostering a sense of unity and belonging. These stories, woven into the very fabric of Japanese culture, instill a sense of respect for the unseen world. The yokai remind us that we are not alone. Our ancestors, nature, and the spirits dwell alongside us, influencing our lives in ways we may not fully understand. The presence of these beings in daily life invites contemplation, urging us to find beauty in the mundane and to seek deeper connections with the world around us. As night falls in Japan, the streets quieten, and a soft breeze rustles the leaves. The yokai awaken, their laughter echoing in the distance. The shadows grow longer, and the stars twinkle like the eyes of ancient spirits watching over us. In the heart of every story, there lies a message, urging us to embrace life's mysteries with open hearts and minds. The tales of Tengu, Kitsune, Uri, and Rokorokubi serve not just as entertainment but as lessons in understanding the human experience. These legends reveal our fears, hopes, and the bonds that tie us to each other and the world. The yokai are more than mere figures of folklore. They represent the intricate dance of life, death, and rebirth. They whisper to us in our dreams, inviting us to listen and learn. Each encounter, whether joyful or sorrowful, shapes our understanding of what it means to be human. In a world that often feels chaotic and disconnected, the stories of yokai remind us to pause and reflect on our place in the universe. They encourage us to honor our feelings, cherish our loved ones, and embrace the beauty that exists in both the light and darkness of our lives. As we journey through the landscapes of our hearts, let us carry the essence of these spirits with us, forever weaving their magic into the tapestry of our own stories. In the rich tapestry of Indian mythology, a haunting figure lurks in the shadows, evoking both fear and fascination, the Rakshasa. These demon-like creatures are not merely villains, they embody a deeper struggle, reflecting the chaos and darkness that can exist within all beings. They are often shapeshifters, able to disguise themselves in forms that range from beautiful humans to terrifying monsters. Their stories are woven into the very fabric of ancient texts, breathing life into age-old battles between good and evil. One of the most famous Rakshasas is Ravana, the 10-headed demon king from the epic Ramayana. Ravana is not just a foe to the gods, he is a complex character who has captured the imagination of many. His intelligence and devotion to Shiva, the supreme god, reveal a being with depth, caught in a whirlwind of ambition and desire. Ravana's tale resonates on many levels, showcasing how the pursuit of power can lead to one's downfall. The image of a powerful king, wielding immense strength yet haunted by his own demons, strikes a chord with anyone who has ever faced inner turmoil. In a notable episode from the Ramayana, Ravana abducts Sita, the wife of Lord Rama, leading to a fierce battle between good and evil. The world watches as Rama, the embodiment of righteousness, confronts Ravana. The ensuing conflict is not merely a clash of swords, but a representation of the eternal struggle between light and darkness, love and hatred. The heart-wrenching moments during the battle, where both heroes and villains experience loss and despair, remind us that even the mightiest can fall. Ravana, in his arrogance, fails to see that his strength is his weakness. He loses not just a battle but his humanity, showing how easily one can become consumed by their desires. Another significant Rakshasa, known as Kumbhakarna, adds to the emotional weight of these tales. This giant, cursed to sleep for long periods, is depicted as both terrifying and tragic. His awakening to chaos and conflict only to find himself at odds with his own family creates a heart-rending scenario. Kumbhakarna's loyalty to Ravana highlights the bonds of family, but his sheer size and strength become a curse. The pain of being trapped in a role that feels destined is a universal theme. His struggle mirrors the feeling many experience when caught in circumstances beyond their control, yearning for freedom but bound by duty. The shape-shifting ability of Rakshasas introduces another layer of complexity to their nature. They can take on any form, often disguising themselves as friends or family. This element of deception adds a sense of unease to their tales, reminding us that not everything is as it seems. In one story, a Rakshasa might pose as a beloved mentor, whispering sweet lies that lead to destruction. The emotional turmoil experienced by those betrayed resonates deeply, stirring feelings of vulnerability and trust. The pain of betrayal leaves scars that linger long after the initial wound has healed. In the ancient Indian scriptures, the interactions between gods and Rakshasas often reflect the struggles of humanity. The gods, while embodying virtue, face the same temptations and fears that humans do. The Rakshasas, in their relentless pursuit of power, symbolize the darker side of ambition. This duality brings a haunting reality to the stories, showing that good and evil are not always clear-cut. They intertwine, creating a complex narrative that speaks to the heart of human experience. The presence of Rakshasas in stories also serves as a cautionary tale. Their downfall often results from their own hubris, reminding us of the consequences of unchecked ambition. The stories convey the message that every choice carries weight, and the pursuit of power can lead to isolation and despair. This idea resonates deeply, especially in a world where the lines between right and wrong can often blur. The emotional struggle of each character reminds us to be mindful of our desires and the impact they have on ourselves and others. In many ways, the Rakshasas serve as a mirror, reflecting our own fears and desires. They remind us that darkness exists within everyone, waiting for the right moment to emerge. The tales of these beings evoke a sense of empathy, urging us to confront our own inner demons rather than casting them aside. This emotional depth adds richness to their narratives, inviting us to consider the complexities of life, the choices we make, and the consequences that follow. As night falls in ancient Indian landscapes, the shadows grow long, and the stories of Rakshasas come to life. Their laughter echoes through the trees, a haunting reminder of the battles fought and the lives lost. The tales linger in the air, weaving a spell that connects the past to the present. Each story, steeped in history, invites listeners to reflect on their own journey, reminding us that within every darkness lies a flicker of light. The legend of Rakshasas teaches us that while we may encounter challenges and temptations, we also have the power to choose our path. The struggle between good and evil resides within us all. In the end, the tales of these demon-like creatures are not merely stories of horror, they are lessons wrapped in emotion, urging us to look within and confront our own battles. Each Rakshasa, with their cunning and complexity, is a reminder of the human experience, filled with triumphs and trials, love and loss, and the eternal quest for understanding and peace. Across the skies of ancient South Asia, where the heavens meet the earth, there soars a magnificent being, the Garuda. This bird-like creature, often depicted with the body of a human and the wings and beak of an eagle, embodies strength, speed, and devotion. Revered in Hindu and Buddhist cultures, Garuda is not just a mythical creature, he is a divine symbol, a protector, and the Vahana, or vehicle, of Lord Vishnu, one of the principal deities in Hinduism. His story unfolds like a vivid tapestry, filled with themes of love, sacrifice, and the eternal battle between good and evil. Garuda's journey begins with his mother, Vinata, who, along with her sister Kadru, faced a fierce rivalry that would shape the destiny of their offspring. Vinata, longing for a powerful son, was filled with hope and ambition. When her sister Kadru bore 1,000 nagas, or serpent beings, Vinata felt a pang of jealousy. She sought out a boon that would grant her the mightiest child, and thus, Garuda was born. However, his arrival was marred by an ominous prophecy. He would be destined to become the enemy of the Nagas, his own half-brothers. As Garuda grew, so did his strength and resolve. He learned to fly long before most could even walk, soaring through the clouds, leaving trails of sunlight in his wake. His spirit was wild and free, embodying the essence of the skies. But with his immense power came a heavy burden, his love for his mother, who was enslaved by Kadru and her Nagas. In a desperate attempt to free her, Garuda made a bold promise to the Nagas. He would bring them the elixir of immortality, the Amrita, if they agreed to release his mother. This act of love speaks volumes about his character. Garuda was willing to face unimaginable dangers for the sake of his family. With determination coursing through his veins, Garuda set out on a perilous quest to the realm of the gods. The journey was fraught with obstacles, each more daunting than the last. He flew through storms that could rip apart the strongest of beings, faced monstrous creatures guarding the heavens, and crossed boundaries that no mortal dared to traverse. But the thought of his mother kept him going, his heart filled with hope and strength. When Garuda finally reached the abode of the gods, he encountered the divine beings who guarded the Amrita. The sight of the elixir, shimmering like stars captured in a vessel, filled him with awe. However, the gods were not easily swayed. They saw Garuda as a threat, an enemy of the Nagas. But Garuda, fierce and unyielding, spoke from his heart. He told them of his mother's plight, of the love that fueled his journey. He expressed the purest of intentions, a desire to protect and save. Moved by his determination and bravery, the gods decided to test him. They unleashed their might, sending divine serpents to combat him. But Garuda, fueled by love and resolve, fought valiantly. His wings cut through the air like a sharp blade, and with each clash, he demonstrated the true power of devotion. It was a battle not just against serpents, but against doubt, fear, and despair. In that moment, Garuda became a symbol of the struggle against oppression, a beacon of hope for those who feel trapped. After an intense confrontation, Garuda proved his strength and earned the respect of the gods. With their blessing, he finally obtained the Amrita, a treasure of immense power. He flew back to the Nagas, triumph and love intertwining within him. The moment he arrived, the Nagas were struck with awe and fear. Garuda stood tall, his wings outstretched, holding the elixir like a sacred promise. The Nagas, seeing the divine light surrounding him, realized that they could not stand against him. In a moment of grace, Garuda demanded the freedom of his mother. The Nagas, recognizing the strength of his spirit, reluctantly agreed. They released Vinata, and a sense of peace washed over the land. Garuda's victory was not just his own, but a triumph for all who longed for freedom from oppression. His love for his mother had transcended the boundaries of family and turned into a powerful force for good. But Garuda's story doesn't end there. He continued to soar through the skies, becoming a guardian of Dharma, the cosmic order. He served Vishnu, fighting evil and restoring balance wherever darkness threatened to prevail. His image became a symbol of courage, wisdom, and sacrifice, inspiring countless generations. In temples across South Asia, his figure graces the walls, reminding devotees of the power of love and the strength that lies within. Garuda's presence is felt not only in mythology but also in the hearts of those who seek justice and protection. His story resonates with the struggles we face in our lives, the fight for what is right, the desire to protect our loved ones, and the unyielding spirit that refuses to back down in the face of adversity. Garuda represents the eternal battle between good and evil, the quest for truth, and the undying love that can conquer all. In Buddhist traditions, Garuda is revered as a powerful protector, a being of great wisdom who helps those in need. He symbolizes the rise above ignorance and the pursuit of enlightenment. The stories of Garuda continue to be shared and celebrated, reminding us of the beauty and complexity of existence. As night falls and stars twinkle in the vast sky, the silhouette of Garuda can be imagined flying overhead, his wings carrying the hopes and dreams of many. He is a reminder that no matter how dark the world may seem, there is always a light that can guide us home. Through love, bravery, and resilience, we can all become our own Garuda, soaring high above our struggles and fears, protecting those we hold dear and fighting for what is right. In the shadowy corners of ancient Japan, there exists a creature so enchanting yet so deadly that her story sends shivers down the spine of anyone who hears it. This is the tale of Joragumo, the Spider Woman. Her beauty is captivating, her voice a soft melody that lingers in the air, but behind her allure lies a darkness that has lured many men to their doom. Joragumo appears as a stunning woman, her hair flowing like silk and her eyes sparkling like the stars on a clear night. She seems almost too perfect, too inviting, drawing men toward her with an irresistible charm. In a world where loneliness can creep into the hearts of even the bravest souls, her presence is like a soothing balm, promising warmth and companionship. But the moment a man gets too close, the facade begins to fade, revealing the true nature of this beautiful monster. When night falls, the atmosphere thickens with an unsettling stillness. The forest, which seemed so inviting during the day, becomes a labyrinth of shadows and whispers. It is in this darkness that Joragumo waits, hiding her true form behind a mask of femininity. Men who wander into her territory often hear a haunting melody, a voice that promises love and comfort. They are drawn in like moths to a flame, unaware of the fate that awaits them. As they approach, the air becomes thick with tension. Joragumo's beauty intensifies, but her eyes glint with a predatory hunger. She wraps her delicate fingers around their hearts, making them feel special, desired, even loved. But love from Joragumo is a cruel illusion. The moment the men are entranced, they fall into her trap. She reveals her true self, transforming into a gigantic spider, her legs long and sharp, her fangs dripping with venom. The terror that follows is unimaginable. Panic sets in as the men realize they have been ensnared by the very creature they sought to embrace. Joragumo's laughter echoes through the trees, a sound both enchanting and horrifying. She pulls them into her web, a silken prison from which escape is nearly impossible. In those final moments, they understand the truth that the warmth they felt was never real, only a deceptive lure leading to their demise. Yet, there's a sadness woven into Joragumo's story. As a young girl, she was once innocent and filled with dreams. But life took a harsh turn, transforming her into a creature of the night. The pain of betrayal and heartbreak twisted her heart, giving birth to a longing for revenge against those who had wronged her. Over time, she became consumed by darkness, her humanity slipping away like sand through her fingers. In her solitary existence, Joragumo roams the shadows, forever seeking connection but never finding it. She is trapped in a cycle of destruction, her beauty both a gift and a curse. The men she entices are drawn by desire, but ultimately fall victim to her wrath. Each encounter leaves her feeling emptier, feeding the very loneliness that once drove her to seek companionship. Some say that if you listen closely, you can hear her crying in the night, a soft, mournful sound that reverberates through the forest. It is a reminder that beneath her monstrous exterior lies a woman haunted by her choices, longing for the affection she can never truly attain. Joragumo is a tragic figure, caught between the desire for love and the reality of her existence. There are tales of brave souls who, instead of succumbing to her charm, dared to confront her. They came seeking answers, yearning to understand the pain that turned her into a monster. These encounters were filled with tension, a dance between fear and empathy. Some men would leave, their hearts heavy with sadness for the woman trapped in the spider's web of her own making. They realized that Joragumo, like them, only wanted to be seen, to be understood. Legends say that those who show her kindness can break her cycle of vengeance, offering her a glimpse of the warmth she once sought. In return, Joragumo may grant them wisdom or even a blessing, allowing them to escape her web. However, such encounters are rare, and many fall prey to her enchanting beauty before they ever grasp the pain hidden beneath. The haunting melody of Joragumo's song continues to echo through the ages, a chilling reminder of the consequences of unfulfilled desires and the fragility of human connection. She serves as a metaphor for the battles we face within ourselves, between longing and fear, love and vengeance. Her story is a testament to the depths of the human heart, where beauty can exist alongside darkness, and where the search for connection can lead to both salvation and ruin. As night envelopes the land, and the moon casts its pale light, the legend of Joragumo lives on, captivating the imaginations of those who dare to listen. She lingers at the edge of dreams and nightmares, a figure that embodies the duality of existence. Her story serves as a cautionary tale, urging us to tread carefully in the realms of desire and to remember the fine line between beauty and terror. In every whisper of the wind and every rustle of leaves, Joragumo remains a powerful presence, a reminder of the lengths we go to seek love and the dangers that come with it. The allure of her beauty may entice us, but it is the depth of her sorrow that touches our hearts, making us reflect on our own desires and the consequences they may bring. Through her, we are reminded of our shared humanity, the longing for connection, and the shadows that can twist our paths in unexpected ways. The winds whisper through the ancient trees, carrying stories that have lingered for centuries, tales of creatures that dance between the worlds of the living and the spirit. These stories belong to the native peoples of North America, a rich tapestry of myths and legends woven through time. Here, the land is alive with spirits, each mountain and river home to guardians who shape the world around them. This connection to nature is not just a belief, but a way of life, imbuing every creature with significance, every shadow with mystery. At the heart of this mythology lies a vibrant cast of mythic creatures, each embodying the spirit of the earth and sky. Take, for example, the trickster coyote, a clever and mischievous being known for his cunning nature. He is not merely a character in a story, he represents the unpredictable forces of life. Through his antics, he teaches lessons about humility and resilience. In one tale, he may outsmart a powerful enemy, and in another, he might fall victim to his own tricks. Through his laughter and folly, he invites us to reflect on our own lives and the choices we make. The thunderbird soars high above the mountains, a magnificent creature with wings that crackle like lightning. To many tribes, the thunderbird symbolizes power and protection. When the skies darken and storms brew, people often turn their eyes upward, knowing that this mighty being is watching over them. The thunderbird reminds them that even in the fiercest storms, there is strength and resilience. As it flies, it brings rain to nourish the earth, reminding us of the delicate balance of nature and the importance of respecting its cycles. In the depths of the water, the great serpent, known as the water spirit, weaves through the currents, a guardian of the lakes and rivers. This being embodies the life-giving power of water, a source of sustenance and purification. Stories of the water serpent evoke a sense of awe and respect for the aquatic world. Fishermen tell tales of the great serpent's presence, warning of its wrath should they fail to honor the waters. The serpent teaches the importance of gratitude and reverence for the natural world, reminding us that every drop of water is sacred. Yet, the stories of Native American mythology extend beyond these majestic creatures. They are intertwined with the experiences of the people, shaped by centuries of resilience and struggle. As colonizers arrived, their presence disrupted the harmony that had existed for generations. The land that once thrived with life became a battleground, and the spirits of the earth bore witness to the pain and loss. The arrival of outsiders forced native communities to adapt, to hold onto their stories even as their world shifted beneath them. In the face of these challenges, the myths and legends became a refuge. They served as a reminder of the strength of their ancestors and the enduring spirit of their culture. As traditions were threatened, storytelling became an act of resistance. Through oral histories, the people preserved their identity, passing down the wisdom of their ancestors to future generations. The stories of mythic creatures became a lifeline, a way to maintain a connection to the land and to each other. In the retelling of these tales, there is a bittersweet beauty. They reflect the struggles of a people who have faced immense hardship yet have managed to hold on to hope. The legends often feature characters who face seemingly insurmountable challenges, much like the native communities themselves. Yet, In every story, there is a spark of resilience, a flicker of hope that illuminates the darkest moments. These tales remind us that even when the odds seem stacked against us, there is strength in community and wisdom in the stories that bind us. Today, as the world continues to change, the mythology of native North America remains a vital part of cultural identity. It offers a sense of belonging, a connection to the earth, and a profound understanding of life's mysteries. Modern storytellers breathe new life into these ancient tales, weaving contemporary experiences into the fabric of traditional narratives. They remind us that while the stories may evolve, the essence of the messages remains timeless. The influence of post-colonial experiences has shaped these narratives, infusing them with a sense of urgency and importance. Creatures like the coyote and the thunderbird take on new meanings in a world grappling with climate change and cultural erasure. They become symbols of resilience, reminding us that the spirit of the land endures despite the challenges faced by its people. The stories inspire hope and action, urging us to recognize our interconnectedness and our responsibility to protect the earth for future generations. As dusk settles and the stars begin to twinkle, the stories of these mythic creatures continue to resonate in the hearts of many. They echo through the landscapes, reminding us that we are all part of a greater tapestry, woven together by the threads of our shared experiences. The whispers of the wind carry the wisdom of the past, inviting us to listen, to learn, and to honor the spirits of the earth. In the end, the mythology of native North America is not just a collection of stories, it is a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. It speaks to our longing for connection, our search for meaning, and our desire to find our place in the world. The mythic creatures, with their beauty and complexity, serve as guides, leading us through the challenges of life while reminding us of the importance of nature, community, and the stories that shape who we are. The sky darkens, and a rumble echoes through the valley, sending chills down your spine. As you gaze up, you see a massive shape swooping through the clouds, wings spread wide, a silhouette against the storm. This is no ordinary bird, it is the thunderbird, the mighty spirit of the skies, revered by many Native American tribes. With every flap of its wings, it brings thunder, and with every call, it sends bolts of lightning streaking across the heavens. The thunderbird is more than just a creature of legend, it embodies the raw power of nature, a symbol of strength and protection. Tribes believe that this majestic being watches over them, controlling the storms that can bring both life-giving rain and destructive fury. The stories surrounding the thunderbird are filled with awe and respect, teaching important lessons about the balance of nature. It is said that when the thunderbird flaps its wings, it creates thunder, and when it blinks, lightning strikes the ground. The power it holds is both frightening and beautiful, reminding everyone that nature is a force to be reckoned with. Imagine the anticipation felt by those waiting for the summer rains, essential for their crops. The arrival of the thunderbird is a sign that the long drought is finally over. People gather together, looking to the skies, hopeful and prayerful. The air buzzes with energy, and children laugh and point at the dark clouds gathering above. They believe the thunderbird has arrived, a sign of good fortune. The moment the first raindrops begin to fall, the joy is palpable. It is a celebration of life, of gratitude for the water that nourishes their people and the land. Yet, the thunderbird is not just a bringer of rain. It can also unleash its wrath, reminding everyone of the power it wields. When storms grow fierce, and the winds howl, the thunderbird is said to be in battle, fighting for the balance of nature. It can be a protector of those who respect the land, but also a fearsome force against those who take from it without gratitude. This duality of the thunderbird teaches respect for the environment, urging people to live in harmony with nature. Legends say that the thunderbird is often accompanied by smaller birds, known as the thunderbirds. Together, they form a magnificent sight, swirling through the skies, creating a symphony of thunder and lightning. In times of great need, it is believed that the thunderbird can be summoned through prayer and ritual. The tribal leaders would call upon the spirit, asking for guidance and protection. The act of prayer itself is a beautiful connection to the spirit world, creating a sense of unity among the people. The tales of the thunderbird are filled with heart. In one story, a young warrior sought the thunderbird's help to protect his village from a great flood. he climbed the highest mountain and shouted his plea to the skies. Suddenly, the clouds parted, and the mighty bird appeared. It circled above the warrior, its wings casting shadows over the valley. The thunder rumbled, and with a flash of lightning, it sent the rain away, saving the village. This act of bravery and faith in the Thunderbird left a lasting impression, showing that hope and courage can move mountains. Many believe the Thunderbird also embodies the spirits of ancestors, watching over families and guiding them in times of need. It serves as a reminder that those who have come before us are always with us, their wisdom echoing in the skies. When families gather around the fire at night, sharing stories, they pass down the legends of the Thunderbird, connecting generations. The spirit becomes a symbol of legacy, reminding everyone of the importance of family, tradition, and shared history. As you listen to the stories told by the elders, you can feel the connection to the Thunderbird. It is more than just a creature, it is a reminder of the power of nature and the spirit of the people. The tales inspire respect for the environment and understanding of life cycles. The storms that roll in can bring destruction, but they also bring renewal, just as the Thunderbird brings both thunder and rain. In modern times, the symbolism of the Thunderbird has spread beyond tribal boundaries. It has become a symbol of strength and resilience for many. Artists, writers, and musicians draw inspiration from its power, creating works that celebrate the connection to nature. The Thunderbird serves as a reminder of the importance of preserving the environment, urging everyone to protect the earth for future generations. As the storm clouds gather and the first raindrops begin to fall, you can almost feel the presence of the Thunderbird above. The air buzzes with anticipation, and the sound of thunder rolls through the sky. You know that the spirit is watching, guiding, and protecting those below. The stories of the Thunderbird live on, echoing through the hearts of those who remember. They remind us of our place in the world, the beauty of nature, and the strength we hold within. Each tale, each song, carries the legacy of a powerful spirit, ensuring that the legend of the Thunderbird will never fade away. In the icy forests of the north, where the cold bites into your skin and the wind howls through the trees, a fearsome creature is said to lurk. Its presence is felt long before it is seen, a chill that crawls down your spine, a sense of dread that tightens your chest. The Wendigo. Born of famine, isolation, and greed, this spirit haunts the darkest corners of Algonquian legend, preying on those who have lost themselves to desperation. The Wendigo is a creature of nightmares, often described as tall and gaunt, with skin stretched tight over its bones. Its eyes burn with an unnatural hunger, and its breath reeks of decay. But what truly sets the Wendigo apart is its insatiable appetite for human flesh. It was once human itself, but in moments of extreme starvation or greed, it gave in to the darkest impulse, cannibalism. And in doing so, it became something far worse than death itself. The legend says that the Wendigo is not just a monster of the body but of the soul. It symbolizes what happens when a person is consumed by greed or desperation. The transformation begins slowly, a gnawing hunger, a desperate need for more, no matter the cost. In the heart of a bitter winter, when food is scarce and survival becomes a daily battle, some have been driven to the unthinkable. Those who give in to the hunger are said to become Wendigos, forever cursed to wander the earth, never sated, always hungry. This creature doesn't just consume flesh, it devours humanity. The more it eats, the hungrier it becomes, a bottomless pit of greed and despair. But the most terrifying part of the Wendigo legend isn't the monstrous figure it becomes, it's the knowledge that anyone, given the right circumstances, could fall prey to its curse. That deep within all of us lies the potential to lose ourselves to darkness. Imagine being trapped in a blizzard, the world around you a frozen wasteland. Days pass, and your stomach twists in knots, aching for food. Your body weakens, and your mind begins to slip. The wind whispers to you, urging you to survive, no matter what it takes. In the quiet moments, you hear it, the voice of the Wendigo, calling to you. It promises survival, but at the cost of your soul. There are stories, passed down through generations, of entire villages that were once wiped out, not by the harsh winter but by the Wendigo spirit. A person, desperate for survival, gave in to the hunger and turned on their neighbors, their family. In some versions of the tale, the Wendigo is said to possess people, twisting their minds until they can think of nothing but their ravenous hunger. They eat, and they eat, but they can never be full. And yet, the Wendigo is also a warning. It stands as a reminder of what happens when we allow our worst impulses to take over, when we let greed and selfishness drive us. In moments of hardship, the Wendigo teaches us to look inward, to find the strength to overcome our base desires, to resist the urge to sacrifice others for our own survival. But fighting the Wendigo's call is not easy. The hunger it represents is more than physical. It's the hunger for power, for wealth, for more than we need. It is the voice in the back of our minds telling us that we must take, must hoard, must consume, even when it means destroying everything around us. It's in those moments of temptation, of weakness, that the Wendigo's shadow falls over us, threatening to pull us into its grasp. Despite the horror that the Wendigo brings, the stories are meant to teach strength, compassion, and community. They remind us that in times of trial, we must turn to one another, not against each other. When food is scarce, when the world seems unforgiving, the Wendigo shows what happens when we lose sight of our shared humanity. But it also offers a path forward, one of resilience and kindness, of finding hope even in the darkest times. In some versions of the legend, those who have been consumed by the Wendigo can be saved, but only through immense sacrifice and the intervention of powerful spiritual leaders. It is said that the spirit of the Wendigo can be driven out, but the person will never be the same. They are left haunted by the memories of what they have done, forever aware of the thin line between survival and monstrosity. The Wendigo may seem like a distant myth, a story meant to scare children on cold nights, but its lessons are timeless. Greed, desperation, and the loss of humanity are not confined to the frozen forests of North America. They live within us all, in moments of weakness, and the choices we make when faced with difficult times. The Wendigo asks us to reflect on those choices, to remember that we are capable of great darkness, but also of great light. As the winds howl and the snow falls, the Wendigo's presence lingers in the air, a reminder of the fine line between human and monster. But it also stands as a testament to our capacity for survival, for compassion, and for the strength to overcome even the darkest of urges. In the end, the Wendigo is not just a story of terror, it is a call to rise above, to find the courage to resist the pull of darkness, and to stand together in the face of adversity. The greatest battle we fight is not against the darkness outside, but the shadows that lurk within. On the towering bluffs along the majestic Mississippi River, a chilling tale whispers through the rustling leaves and echoes in the flowing water. It's the story of the Piasa bird, a fearsome creature that once soared through the skies, leaving fear and destruction in its wake. The very sight of it could send a shiver down the spine of even the bravest warriors. For centuries, Native American tribes have shared this haunting legend, a story of survival, terror, and the fight against the unknown. The Piasa bird is often described as a dragon-like creature, with the body of a giant bird and the features of a fierce predator. Its wings, vast and menacing, could block out the sun, and its eyes glowed like embers in the dark sky. But it wasn't just its terrifying appearance that struck fear into the hearts of those who lived near the river. It was its appetite for human flesh that made it a true monster. Stories say that the Piasa bird would swoop down from its perch on the bluffs to snatch unsuspecting individuals, taking them away to a fate that no one dared to imagine. Imagine standing by the river, gazing at the bluffs. The sun begins to set, casting an orange hue over the land. Suddenly, a cold wind sweeps through, and you feel a primal instinct to look up. In that moment, you might see shadows moving against the backdrop of the fading light, a reminder that you are not alone. The Piasa bird is watching, its sharp eyes scanning the ground for its next meal. The fear is palpable, a sensation that creeps under your skin and makes your heart race. This story has roots deep in the history of the Native American tribes along the Mississippi. The Illinois people spoke of the Piasa bird as a formidable opponent, a creature that struck fear into the hearts of even the strongest warriors. Legends tell of battles fought against this man-eating beast. Brave hunters would gather, sharing stories around the fire, preparing for the next confrontation. They knew that the Piasa bird was cunning, and it took more than just courage to defeat such a powerful adversary. Strategy and teamwork were essential. One of the most gripping tales speaks of a great battle between the Piasa bird and a band of warriors. The bird had been terrorizing their village, snatching people right from their homes during the dead of night. Determined to protect their families and way of life, the warriors set a trap, using their knowledge of the land and the habits of the beast against it. They painted their faces with the colors of the earth, blending into the shadows as they prepared for the fight of their lives. The night was eerily quiet, the kind of stillness that wraps around you like a heavy blanket. The only sounds were the rustling leaves and the distant call of an owl. Then, as if summoned by the darkness, the Piasa bird appeared, its massive wings creating a thunderous noise as it descended from the bluffs. The warriors held their breath, their hearts pounding in unison. This was the moment they had been waiting for. With a coordinated effort, the warriors launched their attack. They aimed their arrows and spears at the great beast, but the Piasa bird was swift, dodging and weaving through the air with grace and agility. The battle raged on, fierce and chaotic. The warriors felt the weight of fear, but they fought not just for themselves, but for their loved ones, for their land. As the fight continued, the tides began to turn. One brave warrior, a young man with a heart full of determination, took a chance. He climbed higher up the bluffs, using his agility to gain a vantage point. With his heart pounding, he aimed his weapon at the creature. In that moment, he drew upon all his strength and courage. With a swift motion, he released his arrow, striking the Piasa bird. The creature let out a terrifying screech that echoed through the night, a sound filled with rage and pain. In that instant, the warriors rallied together, finding renewed strength in the cries of their fallen friend. They pressed on, forcing the Piasa bird back, until finally, it retreated, soaring high into the night sky. The battle was won, but the fear remained, a shadow that lingered long after the creature had fled. The legend of the Piasa bird is not just a story of horror, it is a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. It reminds us of the battles we face in life, whether they are external foes or internal struggles. The fear that grips us can be paralyzing, but courage and unity can lead us to victory. The Piasa bird, with its haunting presence and terrifying legend, is also a reflection of the deep connection Native Americans have with nature. It serves as a reminder of the delicate balance between humanity and the wild, of the respect and reverence one must have for the powerful forces of the natural world. Even today, the Piasa bird is etched into the bluffs, a mural that tells its tale. Visitors come from far and wide to gaze at the artwork, feeling a chill run down their spine as they contemplate the legend. The image serves as a powerful reminder of the past, of the stories that have shaped the cultures along the Mississippi River. In the quiet moments, when the sun dips below the horizon and the world is painted in shades of twilight, it's easy to imagine the Piasa bird watching from the skies. The tale continues to live on, a blend of history, myth, and emotion. It speaks to the fear of the unknown, the courage to face it, and the bonds that hold communities together. The legend of the Piasa bird teaches us that while monsters may lurk in the shadows, there is strength in unity and courage in the heart. And even when the darkness feels overwhelming, the light of hope and bravery can always prevail. In the dense forests of the Pacific Northwest, where ancient trees stretch toward the sky and the air is thick with mystery, a creature known as Sasquatch, or Bigfoot, roams. Tales of this elusive, ape-like being have captured the imaginations of countless people. The stories often start with a single footprint in the mud or a fleeting shadow seen between the trees, sending chills down the spines of those who dare to wander into its territory. But behind these tales lies something deeper, something that speaks to the human experience and our connection to the wild. People have reported sightings of Bigfoot for generations. The creature is said to be tall and covered in dark, shaggy hair, with arms that swing low and feet that leave enormous prints. For many, the mere thought of encountering such a being in the woods brings a mix of fear and excitement. It evokes the thrill of the unknown, the anticipation of an adventure that could change everything. The heart races at the idea of meeting a creature that might be both friend and foe. In the hushed silence of the forest, the stories begin to take shape. A group of campers huddles around a fire, their faces illuminated by the flickering flames. They share their own experiences, each tale more chilling than the last. One person speaks of a night when they heard strange howls echoing through the trees, deep and haunting, resonating with an ancient language. Another recalls the feeling of being watched, the prickling sensation that someone, was observing their every move from the shadows. As they recount their stories, laughter mixes with gasps of fear, creating an electric atmosphere. For many, Sasquatch represents more than just a creature of the wild. It embodies the human desire to believe in the extraordinary, to hold on to the possibility of magic in the world. It reminds us of the things we can't explain and the mysteries that lie just beyond our understanding. As we rush through our busy lives, caught up in the chaos of the modern world, the idea of Bigfoot invites us to pause, to wonder, and to dream. But not everyone sees Sasquatch as a simple legend. For some, the creature holds deep cultural significance. Native American tribes have long spoken of the hairy man, a guardian of the forests and a protector of the wilderness. They view Sasquatch as a symbol of strength and resilience, a creature that walks the line between the human and the animal world. In their stories, Sasquatch is not just a monster hiding in the shadows, but a being that embodies the spirit of the land. In these tales, Sasquatch appears at times of great need. The legend tells of how the creature would guide lost travelers back to safety, or how it would appear in times of hardship to remind people of the importance of nature and the balance between humanity and the wild. These narratives instill a sense of respect for the environment, urging people to honor and protect the land that sustains them. The belief in Sasquatch fosters a connection to nature that many find increasingly rare in today's fast-paced world. Yet, the search for Sasquatch often leads to disappointment and frustration. Many enthusiasts have spent years in the forests, armed with cameras and recording devices, hoping for a glimpse of the legendary creature. They set up camp in the darkest corners of the woods, listening intently for any sign of movement, any rustle in the brush. But often, what they find is silence, deep, enveloping silence that echoes with the sounds of their own heartbeat. And yet, that silence can be just as powerful as any sighting. It holds the whispers of the trees and the breath of the earth, reminding them that they are part of something much larger than themselves. A man named Greg, who spent years searching for Sasquatch, reflects on his experiences in the woods. He recalls a cold night when he sat alone by his campfire, the stars sparkling like diamonds above him. He heard a distant howl, unlike anything he had heard before, echoing through the valley. Fear gripped him, but so did a sense of wonder. In that moment, he felt a connection to the unknown, an understanding that some things are meant to remain a mystery. For Greg, the search for Sasquatch became less about finding the creature and more about finding himself, a journey into the heart of nature and the essence of life. As the stories of Sasquatch continue to circulate, they evolve, taking on new meanings and interpretations. People use the legend to explore themes of conservation, to discuss the impact of humanity on the environment, and to emphasize the importance of respecting nature. In this way, Sasquatch serves as a mirror, reflecting our own fears, hopes, and dreams back at us. At night, when the moon casts a silver glow over the landscape, the legend of Sasquatch lives on. Campers tell stories around flickering fires, their voices mingling with the wind as it rustles through the trees. They share their fears and dreams, weaving a tapestry of emotions that connects them to one another and to the land. In those moments, Sasquatch becomes a symbol of something greater, a reminder of the mysteries that still exist in the world, waiting to be uncovered. The legend of Sasquatch invites us to consider what we believe and why. It challenges us to look beyond the surface and seek deeper connections with the world around us. Whether one believes in the creature or sees it as a metaphor, the impact of Sasquatch on our hearts and minds is undeniable. It speaks to the human spirit, urging us to venture into the unknown, to embrace the mysteries of life, and to connect with the beauty of the wilderness. In the end, Sasquatch represents more than just an elusive being. It embodies the very essence of adventure, hope, and the desire for connection. The forest may hold many secrets, but the search for Sasquatch reminds us that the journey itself is often the most rewarding part of all. In the dark corners of the Navajo lands, where the desert stretches endlessly and the moon hangs low in the sky, whispers of a terrifying figure float through the air. The Skinwalker is more than just a story, it's a living nightmare, a dark shaman capable of transforming into various animals. The mere mention of this being sends shivers down the spine, invoking fear and caution among those who hear its name. For many, the Skinwalker is not just a myth, but a reality, a creature that stalks the shadows, preying on the unsuspecting. A young boy named Tommy sat around the fire with his family one chilly night. The flames crackled and danced, casting flickering shadows on their faces. As they roasted marshmallows and shared stories, Tommy's grandmother leaned in closer, her voice low and grave. She spoke of the Skinwalker, a creature that could take the shape of any animal, from a cunning coyote to a powerful bear. With each word, Tommy's heart raced. He could almost feel the creature lurking just beyond the light, its eyes glowing in the darkness. His grandmother told of a time when she was a child, living in a remote village. One evening, as she walked home alone, she heard a rustling in the bushes. The sound was soft at first, but it grew louder, more insistent. Suddenly, a figure burst forth, a coyote with eyes that seemed to hold a wicked intelligence. Instead of running away, she felt an odd pull, a fascination that was hard to resist. The coyote approached her slowly, its gaze locked onto hers. It was not just any animal, it was something more, something dangerous. Tommy's grandmother described how she could feel the air grow colder as the creature drew near, its presence filling her with dread. In that moment, she remembered her grandmother's warnings, tales of how the Skinwalker could use its power to harm, to control, and to bring misfortune to those who crossed its path. With a surge of fear, she turned and ran, the sound of its footsteps echoing behind her, a reminder that she was not alone in the night. As she reached the safety of her home, the shadows seemed to stretch and twist, as if the very darkness around her was alive. That night, sleep evaded her. She could hear the howls of coyotes in the distance, their cries hauntingly beautiful yet filled with menace. In her dreams, the creature's eyes watched her, and she knew she had narrowly escaped its grasp. Tommy listened intently, his young mind grappling with the fear and awe of his grandmother's story. Legends of the Skinwalker vary from one Navajo family to another, but they share common threads of fear and respect. The Skinwalker is often described as a person who has gained supernatural abilities through dark magic. Once a healer or a respected member of the community, this individual can choose to use their powers for evil, transforming into animals to inflict pain or to cause mischief. It is said that a Skinwalker can not only take the form of any creature but also mimic its sounds, luring unsuspecting victims into the night. Tommy felt a chill creep up his spine as he thought of the Skinwalker's abilities. What if it were watching him right now? What if it were waiting for the right moment to strike? These thoughts lingered in his mind long after the fire had burned down to embers. Each creak of the old house felt amplified in the stillness of the night. The darkness outside seemed to thicken, pressing against the windows, as if trying to seep in. He turned to his grandmother, searching for reassurance. But he saw only the shadows dancing across her face, and he realized that the fear was not just a tale, it was real, woven into the very fabric of their culture. It was a reminder of the dangers that lurk beyond the safety of their home, of the balance between good and evil, and the choices that one could make. Days turned into weeks, and the stories of the Skinwalker haunted Tommy, shaping his dreams and waking moments. He learned from his grandmother the importance of respect for the land, for the animals, and for the stories of their people. The Skinwalker served as a warning to always be aware of one's surroundings, to honor the spirit world that existed just beyond the veil of the ordinary. One day, while wandering through the woods, Tommy stumbled upon a strange sight. A deer lay still, its body untouched, yet it was as if a shadow clung to it. The hair on the back of his neck stood up. He remembered his grandmother's words, how the Skinwalker could leave signs, a warning that danger was near. With a pounding heart, he turned to leave, his instincts urging him to get back home before darkness fell. That night, as he lay in bed, he couldn't shake the image of the deer from his mind. Was it a sign? A warning? The uncertainty gnawed at him, but he clung to the teachings of his grandmother. He whispered a prayer, asking for protection, feeling a warmth surround him as he closed his eyes. As the nights passed, the tales of the Skinwalker transformed. They became not just stories of fear, but lessons of strength. Tommy learned to appreciate the legends for what they were, teachings passed down through generations, holding the wisdom of the ages. He found solace in the idea that with every shadow, there is light. With every fear, there is the possibility of courage. The more he listened, the more he understood. The Skinwalker was a reflection of the darkness within everyone, the choices that could lead to harm or healing. It was a reminder that each person holds power, a power that can be used for good or ill. With this realization, the terror of the Skinwalker began to fade, replaced by a sense of respect and understanding. Tommy grew to embrace the stories, sharing them with friends around campfires, his voice steady and sure. He transformed fear into connection, using the tales to teach others about the balance of nature and the importance of living in harmony. The Skinwalker was no longer just a shadow lurking in the darkness. It became a part of his journey, a reminder of the complexities of life, of the light and dark that exists in everyone. In the end, the legend of the Skinwalker remained a powerful presence in Tommy's life, a connection to his heritage and a guide to navigating the world. He learned that fear can be a powerful teacher, leading one to deeper truths about oneself and the world around them. The stories would live on, passed from generation to generation, shaping hearts and minds, echoing through the vast canyons and quiet deserts of Navajo lands. The air in South America is thick with stories, tales that twist and turn like the great rivers that snake through the land. From the towering Andes Mountains to the lush, sprawling Amazon rainforest, mythical creatures roam in the hearts of the indigenous tribes, echoing the beauty and danger of their world. Each tribe has its own legends, rich and vibrant, breathing life into the natural landscape around them. These stories are not mere fantasies, they are profound truths, passed down through generations, binding families and communities together. As the sun sets over the Andes, casting a golden glow on the rugged peaks, you can almost hear the whispers of ancient spirits in the wind. The Aymara people tell tales of the Pachamama, the earth goddess, who nurtures all living things. They honor her with offerings of food and drink, believing that she watches over them, guiding their crops to grow and their families to thrive. In every grain of corn and every drop of rain, they see her presence, a reminder of the connection between their lives and the earth beneath their feet. In the quiet moments of the night, when the stars blanket the sky, the stories of the Inti, the sun god, come to life. He is seen as a radiant figure, bringing warmth and light to the world, his laughter echoing through the valleys. The Incas revered Inti, believing that he was the father of their people, sending rays of sunshine to guide them. As children gather around the fire, they listen with wide eyes to the adventures of Inti, who fought fierce battles against the darkness, protecting his children and ensuring the warmth of the sun would never fade. Traveling down to the Amazon, the air becomes thick with the scent of wet earth and lush vegetation. Here, the indigenous tribes share stories of the Bodo, the pink river dolphin, who takes on human form to charm young women along the riverbanks. His playful nature and enchanting songs fill the nights, bringing both joy and caution to the families who live near the water. Mothers warn their daughters to be wary of his allure, for while he brings happiness, he can also lead them to a fate unknown, disappearing into the depths of the river. The Yacuruna, a water spirit known to the tribes of the Amazon, is a creature of both wonder and fear. It is said that he dwells deep in the waters, commanding the fish and all aquatic life. When the moon is high and the waters are calm, you can hear his soft singing, a melody that calls to those who are brave enough to listen. Fishermen honor Yacuruna, offering him gifts before they cast their nets, believing that his favor will ensure a bountiful catch. But they also teach their children to respect the waters, for if angered, Yacuruna can unleash storms, turning the tranquil river into a raging torrent. In the deep jungles, stories of the Mapinguari send shivers down the spines of those who hear them. This gigantic, sloth-like creature, covered in thick fur, is said to roam the forests, leaving behind enormous footprints. Those who encounter the Mapinguari describe a terrifying stench, like rotting meat, that fills the air long before the creature appears. It is a guardian of the forest, protecting its realm from intruders. Legends say that if you encounter the Mapinguari, you must show respect and humility, for he is a creature of great power, and to disrespect him is to invite misfortune upon yourself. As the stories continue to weave through the fabric of South American culture, the Chulachaki emerges as a figure of both kindness and warning. This shape-shifting spirit appears as a friend to wanderers in the forest, leading them to safety and nourishment. But be cautious, for if you stray from the path or show greed, Chulachaki can transform into a terrifying beast, lost in the depths of the jungle. His dual nature teaches the importance of balance and respect for nature, reminding those who wander that the forest is both a sanctuary and a place of danger. The indigenous tribes of South America share a deep connection to the land, believing that every mountain, river, and animal holds a spirit. These mythical creatures reflect their understanding of life and nature, serving as symbols of respect, fear, and admiration. Their stories, rich in detail and emotion, are passed down through the ages, creating a tapestry of cultural heritage. As twilight descends upon the land, the soft sounds of the rainforest lull children to sleep, cradled in the warmth of their parents' arms. The air hums with the call of cicadas and the distant howl of monkeys, creating a symphony of nature that wraps around them like a comforting blanket. Parents share tales of the Tunchi, a ghostly figure who roams the forests at night, warning against the dangers of straying too far from home. Tunchi's eerie wail serves as a reminder to stay close to family and to respect the land that nurtures them. With each story told, the children learn valuable lessons of bravery, humility, and the importance of community. The myths of South America are not merely tales of monsters and spirits, they are the heartbeat of the people, echoing the values and wisdom of their ancestors. They shape identity, teaching young ones to honor their heritage while navigating the world around them. As the stars twinkle above, shining like the eyes of ancestors watching over their descendants, the children fall into a peaceful slumber. Dreams filled with vibrant colors and fantastic creatures dance through their minds, igniting their imaginations and fostering a sense of wonder. In their hearts, they carry the essence of the stories, binding them to their roots, reminding them that they are part of something greater. From the Andes to the Amazon, the mythical creatures of South America's indigenous tribes tell the stories of life, death, and everything in between. They offer lessons about the environment, relationships, and the spirits that dwell around and within us. These tales are a treasure, capturing the essence of a land filled with magic, mystery, and a deep reverence for the world. The stories live on, in every whispered word and every shared laugh, connecting the past to the present and illuminating the path for future generations. In the heart of the Peruvian forests, where the trees tower like ancient giants and the air is thick with the scent of damp earth, a chilling legend whispers through the leaves. Travelers who wander too far from their paths often speak of a haunting presence. They say it comes in the form of a vengeful spirit known as El Tunchi. With an eerie whistle that sends shivers down the spine, El Tunchi is not just a story told around fires, he is a reminder of respect for the land and the unseen forces that dwell within it. The sound of his whistle is the first sign, a haunting melody that drifts through the trees, soft at first, then growing louder and more ominous. It wraps around you, echoing in your ears, almost beckoning you closer. Those who have heard it often describe an overwhelming sense of dread. It is a sound that lingers in the mind, a melody that transforms into a sinister warning. As the whistling dances among the branches, it reminds the listener that they are not alone, that the forest is alive with spirits both gentle and vengeful. El Tunchi is said to be the spirit of a man who met a tragic end, a victim of betrayal or violence, and his restless soul now haunts the woods he once walked. Some say he was a kind-hearted villager, but his life was cut short by greed or jealousy. Others believe he was a guardian of the forest, wronged by those who showed disrespect to the land. Now, he wanders the depths of the woods, forever seeking revenge on those who enter his territory uninvited. As dusk falls, the forest transforms. Shadows stretch long, and the soft rustle of leaves becomes a chorus of whispers. Stories passed down through generations speak of the encounters people have had with El Tunchi. A traveler lost in the woods might suddenly hear that chilling whistle, echoing around them like a ghostly refrain. They might follow it, drawn in by curiosity or a false sense of safety. But the deeper they go, the more the forest seems to close in, thickening like a shroud, as if the trees themselves are conspiring against intruders. Those who have encountered El Tunchi often return to their villages with tales that send chills through their communities. They speak of a figure, sometimes seen at the edge of their vision, always just out of sight. A flash of movement, a flicker of shadow, there and gone. It's enough to make anyone feel watched, as if the forest is alive with eyes that track every move. Those unlucky enough to ignore the warnings or venture deeper into the woods often find themselves lost, unable to find their way back home. The forest seems to twist and turn, leading them in circles until they are utterly disoriented, overwhelmed by fear. For many, the legend of El Tunchi is not just a cautionary tale, it is a lesson in respect and humility. Families gather to share stories around flickering fires, teaching their children to honor the spirits of the forest and tread lightly on the earth. The whistle of El Tunchi becomes a powerful reminder that the forest is a living entity, deserving of reverence and care. Children learn to listen to the sounds of the woods, to distinguish between the comforting rustle of wind and the chilling echo of El Tunchi's whistle. One poignant story tells of a young boy who, curious and adventurous, decided to explore the forest despite his parents' warnings. He wandered off the beaten path, enchanted by the vibrant colors and sounds of nature. But as he ventured deeper, he began to hear the unmistakable whistle. At first, he thought it was just the wind playing tricks. But as the sound grew louder, panic set in. He tried to retrace his steps, but the trees seemed to close in around him, blocking his way. Desperate and frightened, he remembered his parents' stories about El Tunchi. With trembling hands, he reached for his small flute, a gift from his father, and played a simple tune of love and respect for the forest. To his surprise, the whistling stopped, replaced by an eerie silence. In that stillness, the boy felt a warmth, as if the spirit was listening. He played with all his heart, pouring his fear and love for the woods into the music. Slowly, the trees began to part, revealing a path home. The boy felt a rush of gratitude wash over him, and he ran back to his village, forever changed. He shared his story, teaching others that respect and humility could bridge the gap between the living and the spirit world. From that day on, the whistle of El Tunchi became not just a source of fear, but a symbol of connection, reminding everyone to listen to the whispers of the forest and honor the spirits that dwell within. In every corner of the Peruvian landscape, the spirit of El Tunchi lives on, a protector of the forest, ensuring that the balance between nature and humanity is maintained. His eerie whistle continues to echo through the trees, a haunting yet beautiful reminder of the importance of respect for the land. As night falls and the forest comes alive with sounds, the people carry his legend in their hearts, teaching future generations the lessons of love, respect, and the importance of listening to the world around them. Even as modernity encroaches upon the ancient lands, the spirit of El Tunchi remains a powerful force. In the villages, elders share stories under the stars, reminding the young ones of the power of the forest and the spirits that inhabit it. The whistle, once a source of fear, now serves as a bridge between generations, connecting them to their heritage and the natural world. So the next time you find yourself in the woods, take a moment to listen. Feel the wind brush against your skin and hear the soft whispers among the leaves. And if you hear a haunting whistle drifting through the trees, remember the story of El Tunchi, the vengeful spirit of the forest. Embrace the mystery, honor the land, and walk gently, for the forest has eyes, and its spirits are always watching. In the quiet, moonlit nights of rural Latin America, a chilling tale spreads like wildfire among the villagers. Shadows loom long and deep, and the air feels heavy with something unexplainable. There's an unspeakable fear that grips the hearts of those who keep livestock. They whisper the name El Chupacabra, a creature that has become a nightmare to many. This cryptid, said to have a thirst for blood, particularly that of goats, sends shivers down the spines of even the bravest souls. El Chupacabra has been described in many ways. Some say it walks on two legs, a small, hunched figure with glowing red eyes that pierce through the dark. Others claim it has sharp, spiky scales covering its back, resembling a reptile more than a mammal. No matter the description, one fact remains clear: it is a creature born from fear, stalking the night and leaving behind a trail of devastation. The worry of finding their beloved goats drained of blood haunts the minds of farmers and families. In one small village, the stories of El Chupacabra became more than mere folklore. Families began to lock their livestock in secure pens each night, whispering prayers for their safety. The sound of hooves echoed through the hills, and yet, every night brought the same feeling of dread. As twilight crept in, a thick silence fell over the land, amplifying the sounds of rustling leaves and distant calls. Children would clutch their blankets tightly, listening to their parents recount the tales of those who encountered the creature and barely escaped with their lives. One evening, a young girl named Sophia was especially frightened. Her family had lost several goats in just a few weeks. Each time, her father would leave to check on the animals, only to return with a heavy heart, bearing the news of another victim. One night, unable to shake the fear, she crept out of her room to find her father. She found him sitting in the yard, staring at the stars. His face was lined with worry, a shadow of the man she knew. "Papa," she whispered, her voice trembling. "What if El Chupacabra comes for us next?" Her father sighed, pulling her close. "You must be brave, Sophia. We will protect our home. The fear of the unknown is often worse than the truth. But I promise you, I will do everything I can to keep you safe." That night, as they settled in, the faint sound of rustling outside broke the stillness. Sophia's heart raced, and she could hear her father reach for the lantern. Together, they tiptoed to the barn, fear coiling tightly around them. The moon illuminated their path, casting eerie shadows that danced along the ground. Suddenly, a loud cry pierced the night, sending chills down their spines. It was the sound of a goat in distress, a bleat that echoed with a deep sense of terror. Panic surged through Sophia as her father bolted toward the sound. She followed, her small feet stumbling over roots and rocks. As they reached the barn, the scene was heartbreaking. One of their goats lay motionless, a gaping wound in its neck. Tears filled Sophia's eyes as she clutched her father's hand, feeling helpless in the face of such horror. They could only stand there, watching the lifeblood of their beloved animal seep into the earth, mingling with their anguish. The villagers gathered the next day, their faces drawn with fear and sorrow. Each family shared stories of their own losses, building a collective weight of dread that hung over the community. As they stood together, sharing grief, a sense of determination began to rise. They would not allow this creature to take any more from them. They formed patrols, determined to guard their homes and livestock. Armed with lanterns and courage, they would face the darkness together. As weeks passed, the stories of El Chupacabra grew. Some claimed to have seen it lurking near the edge of the forest, its eyes glowing like embers. Others reported hearing strange sounds at night, a mix of growls and howls that sent fear racing through their veins. But despite their fear, they stood strong, protecting each other and their animals. One night, as the moon hung low and full in the sky, Sophia joined her father on a patrol. They walked side by side, lanterns casting flickering shadows on the ground. She felt brave, buoyed by the strength of her community. But as they approached the barn, the familiar sound of a goat bleating echoed once more through the night. "Stay here," Sophia, her father instructed. But she refused to listen. Gripping her lantern tightly, she followed him, determination bubbling within her. They reached the barn, and the air felt heavy, charged with an unseen energy. Suddenly, there was movement in the shadows, a figure darting past the trees. Sophia's heart raced, and she felt a mixture of terror and excitement. Was this the creature they had feared for so long? As they crept closer, they saw it, a small, twisted shape with glowing eyes reflecting the lantern's light. But as they drew nearer, it turned, and the glow faded to reveal a terrified dog, thin and shivering. The creature they had feared was not a monster but a lost soul, a victim of circumstance just like their goats. Sophia's heart swelled with compassion. "It's just a dog," she exclaimed. Her father sighed, relief flooding through him. "We have to help it." They brought the dog back to their home, offering food and shelter. As the days passed, the creature began to trust them, slowly warming up to their presence. Sophia named him Ryo, meaning lightning, for the way he darted around with newfound energy. As Ryo settled in, the fear of El Chupacabra began to fade. The villagers continued to patrol, but instead of dread, they approached the darkness with a new purpose. They learned to respect the mysteries of the forest while finding strength in their bonds with each other and the creatures they shared their lives with. Through the trials of fear and loss, the legend of El Chupacabra transformed. No longer a story of dread, it became a tale of resilience and compassion. The village learned to face the darkness together, to find hope amid uncertainty. And though the creature may still lurk in the shadows, they learned that sometimes, the most fearsome monsters turn out to be lost souls in need of kindness. As time went on, the memory of El Chupacabra remained, but it was now woven into a larger tapestry of community, love, and understanding. The story of a creature that once inspired fear had turned into a testament of strength, reminding everyone that even in the darkest nights, there's always light to be found in connection and compassion. In the heart of the Amazon rainforest, where the canopy thickens and shadows dance among the trees, a legend whispers through the leaves. It's a tale that has echoed through generations, told by those who know the jungle's secrets and the mysteries it holds. The Mapinguari, a creature of enormous size, roams these ancient woods, and its story is one of fear, wonder, and respect for the wild. This giant, sloth-like creature is unlike anything seen in the modern world. Imagine a massive figure, covered in shaggy fur, lumbering through the underbrush. Its long arms swing like heavy branches, and its eyes are deep-set, reflecting the green and gold of the forest. But what truly sets the Mapinguari apart are its backward-facing feet. To many, these strange appendages symbolize its connection to the untamed wilderness, leaving tracks that confuse and terrify those who dare to follow. The locals share stories of encounters with the Mapinguari that chill the bones. In one such tale, a young boy named Raphael lived on the edge of the rainforest. His family relied on the forest for food and shelter, and each day, he would venture deeper into the jungle to gather fruit and hunt small game. But the deeper he wandered, the more he heard the whispers of the Mapinguari. One afternoon, while exploring a dense thicket, Raphael stumbled upon a series of enormous footprints. His heart raced as he traced the path leading deeper into the trees. With every step, the whispers grew louder, and the shadows danced more wildly. The thought of the creature sent chills down his spine, but curiosity pushed him forward. He wanted to see if the tales were true. As he ventured further, the sunlight began to fade, swallowed by the thick foliage. The forest grew silent, and the air felt heavy, almost electric. Suddenly, a rustle broke the stillness, and Raphael froze. His heart pounded in his chest as he turned to see a massive shape looming behind the trees. The Mapinguari stood before him, its enormous body blocking out the last rays of sunlight. Raphael felt a mix of fear and awe as he took in the creature's presence. Its fur was matted and earthy, blending seamlessly with the forest around it. The eyes, however, shone with an intelligence that was both terrifying and fascinating. Time seemed to stand still as they locked gazes. In that moment, Raphael felt a strange connection with the creature, as if they shared the same spirit of the wild. Just then, a loud crack echoed through the trees, shattering the silence. The Mapinguari turned its head, its expression shifting from curiosity to concern. It glanced back at Raphael, and in that brief exchange, he understood something profound. The creature was not just a beast of legend, it was a guardian of the forest, a being that sensed the imbalance created by humans encroaching on its home. In a flash, the Mapinguari turned and bolted deeper into the jungle, leaving Raphael alone in the dimming light. His heart raced, not just from fear, but from an overwhelming sense of wonder. He raced back home, each step fueled by the thrill of his encounter. He could hardly contain his excitement as he shared his story with his family. At first, they listened skeptically, but Raphael's eyes sparkled with truth. They could see the awe etched on his face, the way he spoke with such conviction. From that day forward, Raphael became a storyteller, sharing his encounter with the Mapinguari with anyone who would listen. He painted vivid pictures with his words, describing the creature's majestic presence and the respect it commanded in the forest. But as the story spread, so did the fear. More and more people ventured into the jungle, hoping to catch a glimpse of the legendary creature. They brought their cameras and their curiosity, driven by a need to capture the extraordinary. The jungle, once a sanctuary, began to feel like a battleground. The sounds of chainsaws echoed in the distance as logging companies moved in, tearing down the ancient trees that had stood for centuries. Raphael watched in horror as the forest he loved began to change. The animals he once saw daily disappeared, their homes destroyed. The air grew heavy with sadness, and the whispers of the Mapinguari faded into the distance, replaced by the cries of the jungle and mourning. With each fallen tree, Raphael felt a piece of his heart break. One night, unable to sleep, Raphael ventured out to the edge of the forest. He felt a pull, a longing to connect with the spirit of the jungle. As he walked, he thought of the Mapinguari, of the way it had looked at him with such understanding. In the moonlight, he felt the forest breathe around him, as if it too was grieving the loss of its protector. Suddenly, he heard a sound, a low rumble that echoed through the trees. His heart raced as he turned, and there, in the clearing, stood the Mapinguari. It had returned, larger than before, its eyes glowing in the darkness. Raphael felt a rush of emotions, fear, awe, and a deep sadness. This was not just a creature, it was a symbol of everything that was being lost. The Mapinguari moved closer, its massive form dominating the space. It lowered its head, and for a moment, Raphael felt as if it was trying to communicate, to share its pain. Tears welled in his eyes as he reached out a trembling hand. The creature paused, then sniffed the air, its breath warm and powerful. In that moment, Raphael understood the weight of responsibility he bore. It was not just about telling stories, it was about protecting the forest and everything within it. He vowed then and there to become a voice for the Mapinguari and the jungle. He would speak for those who could not, sharing the message of conservation and respect for nature. As he returned home, filled with purpose, he gathered his friends and family. They organized meetings to educate the villagers about the importance of preserving the Amazon. They talked about the magic of the forest, the creatures that called it home, and the need to protect their sacred land. Over time, the community began to change. They recognized the value of the forest, not just as a resource, but as a living entity deserving of respect. They became stewards of the land, learning to live in harmony with nature rather than exploiting it. The stories of the Mapinguari became a rallying cry for the villagers. Instead of fearing the creature, they embraced it as a symbol of their shared connection to the Amazon. The whispers that once filled the forest transformed into songs of hope, and the spirit of the Mapinguari remained alive in their hearts. Raphael's journey became more than a tale of fear, it evolved into a powerful reminder of the bond between humans and the natural world. The Mapinguari, with its backward feet and haunting presence, continued to roam the jungle, watching over those who learned to respect the wild. In that respect, the legend grew, and with it, the love for the forest flourished, echoing through the ages like the gentle rustle of leaves in the wind. In the heart of Colombia's lush rainforests, where the air is thick with the scent of damp earth and vibrant blossoms, a legend whispers through the trees. This is a tale of the Madre Monte, the mother of the forest, a guardian spirit who embodies the wild beauty of nature. Her presence is felt in the rustling leaves, the babbling brooks, and the songs of birds that echo through the vibrant canopy. The Madre Monte is not just a figure of folklore, she is a protector of life, a nurturing spirit that watches over the plants, animals, and all who enter her domain. As the sun breaks through the misty dawn, it casts a golden light over the forest, illuminating the path where villagers tread. Among them is a young girl named Elena, whose heart beats in rhythm with the forest. She has always felt a special bond with nature, often wandering off to play in the streams and climb the trees. Her laughter mingles with the chirping of crickets and the calls of exotic birds. Every time she steps into the forest, she feels embraced by something greater than herself, a spirit that comforts and guides her. One day, as Elena explored a part of the forest she had never seen before, she stumbled upon a clearing filled with vibrant flowers and lush greenery. In the center of the clearing stood a magnificent tree, its branches stretching wide and its trunk thick and strong. The colors around her seemed to shimmer, and the air hummed with life. Drawn to the beauty, she approached the tree, and as she reached out to touch its bark, she felt a warmth radiate through her fingers. It was then that she heard a soft voice, gentle and soothing, as if the very spirit of the forest was speaking to her. "Welcome, dear child," the voice said. "I am Madre Monte, the mother of the forest. I have watched over you and your kin for many moons. You have a kind heart, and you treat the forest with respect. But now, my home is in danger, and I need your help." Elena's heart raced with both excitement and fear. She could hardly believe she was speaking to the legendary spirit of the forest. With wide eyes, she listened intently as Madre Monte explained how humans were encroaching on the forest, cutting down trees and polluting rivers. The balance of life was being disturbed, and the plants and animals were suffering. "Without the forest, life will struggle," Madre Monte continued. "Every creature, every plant, is part of a delicate web. When one strand is pulled, the entire web trembles. I need someone with a pure heart to help me restore balance." Determined to help, Elena promised the spirit she would do everything in her power to protect the forest. Madre Monte smiled, her presence glowing with warmth. "Remember, dear child, that kindness can grow like the mightiest tree. Each small action counts." With that, Madre Monte waved her hand, and Elena felt a rush of energy. The forest seemed to pulse around her, and for a brief moment, she could see the world through the eyes of the trees, the animals, and the flowing rivers. She understood their pain, their fear, and their desperate need for protection. As she returned home, Elena was filled with a new purpose. She gathered her friends, and together they created a plan. They would teach the villagers about the importance of the forest. They would hold gatherings, sharing stories of the creatures that lived within the trees and the plants that healed and nourished their people. The children listened with wide eyes, and soon, even the adults began to pay attention. They had forgotten the spirit of the forest, the very source of their lives. One evening, as the sun dipped low and painted the sky with hues of orange and purple, Elena stood in the village square. Her voice trembled with excitement as she spoke about her encounter with Madre Monte. She shared the story of how the mother of the forest needed their help. The villagers listened, captivated by her words. They remembered the times when the forest had provided them with food, shelter, and beauty. A sense of urgency filled the air, and many pledged to change their ways. As the weeks passed, the villagers began to restore their relationship with the forest. They planted trees, cleaned rivers, and set up protective measures against pollution. They held ceremonies to honor the spirit of Madre Monte, thanking her for the abundance she provided. They learned to walk softly upon the earth, taking only what they needed and giving back in return. But not everyone was pleased. There were those who saw the forest merely as a resource, a place to extract wealth. They laughed at the stories of Madre Monte, believing them to be mere superstition. They plotted to continue their destruction, thinking only of their profit. One night, as Elena and her friends gathered to celebrate their progress, a sense of unease washed over them. The air felt heavy, and a chill crept through the forest. It was then that they heard the distant sound of chainsaws, a brutal reminder of the threat looming over their beloved home. Panic filled Elena's heart, and she knew they had to act fast. Elena rushed to the clearing where she had first met Madre Monte. She called out to the spirit, her voice filled with desperation. "Madre Monte, we need your help. They're coming to destroy the forest. Please guide us." As if answering her plea, a warm wind blew through the clearing, rustling the leaves and carrying a soft, melodic hum. The light around the tree brightened, and Madre Monte appeared before her, radiant and fierce. "Fear not, dear child," she said. "Together, we will protect the forest." With a wave of her hand, Madre Monte summoned the spirit of the animals. Creatures from every corner of the forest emerged, forming a united front. Birds soared above, creating a tapestry of color in the sky. Monkeys swung from branches, their cries echoing through the trees. Even the insects joined in, buzzing with a determination that filled the air with a sense of purpose. Elena felt a surge of strength as she joined her friends in the clearing. They stood alongside the spirits of the forest, ready to confront the invaders. As the chainsaws roared closer, the forest seemed to come alive. The wind howled, branches swayed, and the earth trembled beneath their feet. When the loggers finally arrived, they were met not just by the villagers but by a force of nature. The animals surrounded the clearing, and as the men advanced, they found themselves face to face with the very essence of the forest. Startled by the sight, they hesitated, fear flickering in their eyes. Elena stepped forward, her heart pounding but her voice steady. "This forest is our home. It is not just wood and leaves, it is life. Madre Monte protects it, and so will we. If you destroy it, you destroy us all." The loggers exchanged nervous glances, realizing the depth of their actions. One by one, they lowered their tools, uncertainty settling over them like a heavy fog. The energy of the forest surrounded them, and they could feel the weight of the spirits watching, waiting. The leader of the loggers stepped back, shaking his head. "We didn't know. We didn't understand." In that moment, something shifted. The villagers, empowered by the presence of Madre Monte and the spirits, stood strong, united in their purpose. They shared their love for the forest, speaking of the tree's wisdom and the animal's grace. One by one, the loggers began to understand, feeling the weight of their decisions. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with fiery colors, the loggers turned away, leaving their tools behind. They walked back into the depths of the forest, carrying with them the knowledge of the bond that existed between humanity and nature. Elena and her friends rejoiced, feeling the energy of Madremont's spirit surround them like a warm embrace. They had faced fear and stood tall, proving that love and respect for the earth could indeed triumph over greed. From that day forward, the village flourished alongside the forest. They learned to celebrate their connection with nature, holding festivals in honor of Madre Monte, inviting everyone to join in the dance of life that echoed through the trees. The spirit of the mother of the forest became a symbol of hope and resilience, reminding them all that they were part of something greater, a family woven together by the threads of nature. Elena often visited the clearing, feeling the gentle presence of Madre Monte beside her. She would sit beneath the great tree, listening to the whispers of the leaves and the laughter of the creatures. In her heart, she carried the spirit of the forest, a reminder that love, respect, and unity could change the world, one small action at a time. And in that love, the legacy of Madre Monte thrived, rooted in the hearts of all who cherished the beauty of the wild. In the quiet, shadowed valleys of the Andes, a sinister tale weaves through the villages, chilling the hearts of those who hear it. It's a story that mothers whisper to their children at night, a warning wrapped in fear. They speak of the Pishtaco, a figure shrouded in darkness, a hunter who preys on the unsuspecting. The Pishtaco is no ordinary villain. He is a creature of nightmares, a figure who stalks the lonely and the lost. With a heart as cold as the mountains, he is known for one terrifying thing: he kills to harvest body fat, using it for his twisted purposes. As the sun dips behind the peaks, casting long shadows over the dirt paths, the villagers retreat into their homes, locking doors and drawing curtains. Their hearts race, not just from the chill of the evening air, but from the whispered stories that echo in their minds. Tales of the Pishtaco paint a horrifying picture, his pale skin glistening under the moonlight, eyes like dark pits, and an insatiable hunger for the fat of the living. Among the villagers is a young boy named Miguel. He is brave and curious, with dreams that soar higher than the mountains that cradle his home. But even his adventurous spirit trembles at the mention of the Pishtaco. He has heard the tales, how the figure lurks in the shadows, how he waits for the perfect moment to strike. The stories have become part of the fabric of his childhood, a thread of fear that weaves through his days. One day, as Miguel played near the edge of the village, he overheard a conversation between two elders. Their voices trembled with worry. "Another person is missing," one said, clutching his walking stick tightly. "We must warn the children to stay close. The Pishtaco is hungry." Miguel's heart sank. He looked around, feeling the weight of fear pressing down on him like a thick fog. That night, the wind howled through the cracks of the old wooden house, carrying with it the echo of the elders' words. Miguel lay in bed, wide awake, staring at the ceiling. His imagination ran wild, painting gruesome images of the Pishtako prowling outside, searching for his next victim. With every creak of the floorboards, he felt as if he was being watched, as if the very shadows held secrets that were ready to pounce. In the days that followed, the village became a ghost of its former self. The vibrant sounds of laughter and life were replaced by hushed whispers and fearful glances. People moved with urgency, keeping to themselves, and the air felt thick with an unspoken dread. Families barricaded themselves, candles flickering in windows like desperate signals of life. Determined to confront his fear, Miguel decided he would not let the Pishtako rule his life. He would uncover the truth behind the legend. One evening, as twilight painted the sky with shades of purple and blue, Miguel set out toward the dark woods bordering the village. With each step, his heart pounded louder, but he felt a fire burning within him, a fierce need to protect his home. As he ventured deeper into the woods, the trees loomed overhead like silent sentinels, their branches whispering secrets in the wind. The air grew colder, and shadows danced around him, stretching and bending with the fading light. Miguel felt a shiver run down his spine but pressed on. He had to know the truth about the Pishtako. Suddenly, he heard a rustle behind him. His heart leaped into his throat as he turned, half expecting to see the dreaded figure. Instead, he found an old woman, her face lined with age and wisdom. She stood there, her dark eyes sparkling with a knowing light. "You seek the Pishtako, don't you?" she asked, her voice a soft melody amidst the chilling winds. Miguel nodded, trying to muster the courage to speak. "I want to know if he's real," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. The old woman studied him for a moment, as if weighing his spirit. "He is real, but not as you think," she replied. "The Pishtako is a reflection of our fears, our greed, and our darkness. He thrives on our fear, and the more we believe in him, the stronger he becomes." Her words stirred something deep within Miguel. "But why does he kill? Why does he take people?" "Because he feeds on our pain and suffering," the woman said, her gaze piercing through the night. "He represents the parts of us that we hide, the greed, the envy, the darkness we refuse to face. To defeat him, we must confront our own fears and unite against the shadows that lurk within our hearts." Miguel felt a surge of understanding. The Pishtako was not just a monster, he was a manifestation of their collective fears. If they stood together, if they faced their darkness, perhaps they could weaken the creatures that haunted them. "Thank you," Miguel said, filled with newfound determination. He turned to head back to the village, the woman's words echoing in his mind. With each step, he felt lighter, as if the weight of fear was slowly lifting. He could see the faint glow of the village lights in the distance, a beacon of hope in the enveloping darkness. When he returned home, Miguel gathered the villagers. With passion igniting his voice, he shared his encounter with the old woman and the truth he had learned. "The Pishtako is a reflection of our fears," he declared. "If we stand together, we can overcome him. Let us not allow our darkness to take control of our lives any longer." The villagers listened, uncertainty etched on their faces. But as Miguel spoke, a spark ignited in their hearts. They began to share their own fears and worries, the stories that had haunted them for years. One by one, they opened up about their struggles, their pain, and their hopes. The room filled with a sense of community, a strength that had long been buried beneath layers of fear. As the night wore on, laughter began to replace the silence. The villagers realized they had been allowing fear to dictate their lives. They began to form plans, to support each other, to watch out for one another, and to celebrate their strengths. They would face the Pishtako together, not as individuals consumed by fear, but as a united force of light. Days turned into weeks, and the village transformed. Together, they honored their traditions, sang songs of courage, and shared stories of bravery. The Pishtako, once a source of terror, became a symbol of their strength. With each passing day, they felt less afraid, and the whispers of the Pishtako grew fainter. One night, as the village gathered to celebrate their newfound unity, Miguel looked up at the stars that blanketed the sky. He felt a wave of gratitude wash over him. The Pishtako had lost his power because they had faced their fears together. In the warmth of community, they had turned darkness into light. As the fire crackled and laughter filled the air, Miguel realized that the true strength of the village lay not in the absence of fear, but in the ability to confront it. The Pishtako might always be a part of their stories, but he would never again hold the power to instill terror. Instead, he would be a reminder that fear is a choice, and the light of unity can banish even the darkest shadows. The tales of the Pishtako became a story of resilience, a lesson etched in the hearts of the villagers. They had discovered the power of facing their fears together, and in doing so, they forged a bond that would last for generations. As the sun set over the mountains, they understood that courage is not the absence of fear, but the strength to rise above it, hand in hand, heart to heart. In the vast, sunburnt landscapes of Australia, stories echo across the land like whispers carried by the wind. These stories come from the Dreamtime, a sacred era when the world was shaped and the first creatures roamed. Aboriginal peoples believed that everything, mountains, rivers, animals, has a spirit and a story. The land is alive, breathing with the history of their ancestors. Each rock and tree holds memories of times long past, stories of mythic creatures that inhabit their culture and shape their identity. One of the most significant figures in this rich tapestry of tales is the rainbow serpent. This powerful being is not just a creature, it is a symbol of creation, a protector of water and life. The rainbow serpent slithers through the rivers and mountains, its colorful body reflecting the beauty of nature. Wherever it moves, it brings fertility and abundance. But the rainbow serpent is also fierce and unpredictable, representing the duality of life. When angered, it can unleash storms and floods, reminding everyone of the respect owed to nature and its balance. Picture a child sitting by a river, his eyes wide with wonder as the stories of the rainbow serpent swirl in his mind. He imagines the serpent weaving through the landscape, carving out valleys and shaping the world around him. This child, with his heart full of dreams, feels connected to something greater than himself. He understands that he is part of a larger story, a narrative that binds him to his people and the land. As the sun sets, the sky blazes with orange and purple hues, casting a magical glow over the land. Elders gather around a flickering fire, their voices soft and soothing, sharing tales of the Dreamtime. Children listen intently, their imaginations ignited by the vivid descriptions of mythical creatures. The air is filled with warmth, not just from the fire, but from the bonds formed in these shared moments. The stories bring the community together, weaving a fabric of culture that will be passed down through generations. In the northern parts of Australia, the stories take a different shape. Here, the yowie roams the dense bushland. Described as a giant, hairy creature, the yowie is a symbol of the unknown, a mystery lurking just beyond the reach of the light. Many believe the yowie is a protector of the wilderness, a being that watches over the land and its inhabitants. In the dark of night, when the bush comes alive with sounds, the yowie's call sends shivers down spines. People speak in hushed tones about encounters, their eyes glinting with a mix of fear and awe. Imagine a young girl walking home as dusk settles in. The shadows stretch and twist around her, and she hears the distant calls of the yowie. Her heart races, but instead of fear, she feels a thrill of excitement. The yowie becomes a part of her adventure, a figure of wonder rather than dread. She knows the stories of the yowie, how it protects the forest, and she carries those tales with her, transforming the night into something magical rather than frightening. Traveling to the islands of Oceania, the myths continue to pulse with life and emotion. In the rich culture of the Pacific Islanders, there are tales of demigods, like Maui, whose legendary exploits are sung in songs and celebrated in dances. Maui is known for his bravery, cunning, and mischief. He is the one who fished up islands from the sea, bringing life and sustenance to the people. His stories inspire awe and laughter, teaching lessons of resilience and creativity. Picture a group of children on a beach, their laughter mingling with the sound of the waves. As they reenact the adventures of Maui, they feel empowered by his strength and cleverness. They imagine themselves as warriors, champions of their own tales. The stories become a part of their identity, shaping who they are and how they view the world around them. However, not all creatures in these myths are benevolent. In the depths of the ocean, tales of the man-eating fish send chills through listeners. These terrifying beings are said to lure sailors with their beauty and then drag them into the depths of the sea. They are a reminder of the dangers that lie beneath the surface, a warning to respect the power of nature. When children hear these stories, they learn the importance of caution and reverence for the world around them. As the moon rises high in the sky, casting its silvery light on the land, the stories continue to unfold. Each tale carries a lesson, a connection to the past that informs the present. In every corner of Australia and Oceania, from the arid deserts to the lush forests and sun-kissed beaches, the myths breathe life into the culture, enriching the fabric of community. Elders share their wisdom, weaving together the threads of tradition and belief, reminding the younger generations of their responsibilities to the land, to each other, and to themselves. The stories shape their identities, grounding them in their history while allowing their imaginations to soar. The Dreamtime and the mythical creatures of Australia and Oceania are not merely stories, they are a way of understanding the world. Through these tales, individuals find courage, hope, and a sense of belonging. They learn to face their fears, embrace their strengths, and honor the spirits that walk beside them. Each story, each creature, represents a piece of a larger puzzle, an intricate connection that binds them to their ancestors and the world they inhabit. In the heart of the night, as the stars twinkle like ancient eyes watching over the land, the tales echo on. They remind everyone that they are part of something greater, a narrative that spans generations. Through the Dreamtime and the myths of Oceania, people find purpose, community, and the strength to carry forward the legacies of their ancestors, ensuring that the stories will continue to resonate in the hearts of many for years to come. In the shadowy corners of Australia, where the mist clings to the trees and the air is thick with mystery, a creature stirs in the still waters of swamps and billabongs. Its name is the Bunyip, a being of nightmares and whispered tales. Many have heard stories about the Bunyip, but few know its true essence. The legends say it is a guardian of the wetlands, but it is often described in terrifying forms that send shivers down the spine. Imagine a quiet evening by the water's edge. The sun dips below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of orange and purple. The air grows cooler, and the chorus of frogs and crickets fills the silence. A child sits near the water, their feet dangling just above the surface, listening to the tales told by their grandmother. She speaks of the Bunyip, a creature that lurks just beneath the surface, waiting for the unwary. The Bunyip is said to have many faces, shifting shapes to fit its surroundings. Some describe it as a massive, hulking beast with dark fur, long claws, and an eerie howl that echoes through the night. Others say it resembles a giant crocodile, its eyes glinting like two cold stars in the darkness. Some even claim it has the body of a seal, with a long neck and a fearsome head that can strike terror into anyone who dares approach. As the child listens, their imagination runs wild. They can almost see the creature lurking just beneath the water, its powerful body gliding through the reeds. The tales of the Bunyip are not just stories, they are warnings. Locals speak of fishermen who have vanished without a trace, and of campers who heard its haunting cries in the dead of night. The Bunyip reminds everyone of the unknown lurking in the shadows, a reminder to respect the wild places and tread carefully along the banks of the Billabong. One evening, driven by curiosity and a sense of adventure, the child decides to venture deeper into the wetlands. The darkness wraps around them like a heavy blanket as they step carefully over the roots and rocks. Each rustle of leaves makes their heart race, a mixture of excitement and fear coursing through their veins. They recall the stories of the Bunyip, its breath like wind and its growl like thunder. The thought sends chills down their spine, yet they feel drawn to the mystery. As they reach a secluded spot, the moonlight breaks through the trees, casting an ethereal glow on the water. The surface ripples gently, as if something beneath stirs. For a moment, the child hesitates, recalling their grandmother's warnings. But the allure of the unknown is too strong. They lean closer, peering into the depths, searching for the creature that haunts their dreams. Suddenly, a splash breaks the calm, sending waves cascading across the water. The child jumps back, heart pounding. In that moment, they feel a connection to the Bunyip, not just as a creature of terror, but as a guardian of the land. The legends may have painted it as a monster, but deep down, they sense its loneliness, its need for respect and understanding. The air thickens, and the child's breath catches in their throat as they hear a low growl, deep and rumbling. It resonates through their bones, calling to something deep within them. The moonlight catches a glimpse of something rising from the water. The child's eyes widen in disbelief as they see the shimmering surface break, revealing the silhouette of the bunyip. But instead of fear, a strange sense of compassion fills their heart. They see not just a monster, but a creature trapped between worlds, longing for connection. The bunyip stares back with eyes that hold centuries of stories, sadness, and an ancient wisdom that speaks of the land's history. In that moment, the child understands that the bunyip is not merely a creature to be feared, but a symbol of the wildness that still exists, a reminder of the delicate balance of nature. With newfound courage, the child whispers a soft apology for the stories that have made the bunyip a figure of terror. They express gratitude for the beauty of the wetlands and the life that thrives in the shadows. The bunyip seems to listen, its expression shifting, as if recognizing the sincerity of the child's heart. A ripple of energy passes between them, a connection formed not through fear, but through understanding. The child realizes that the stories of the bunyip are not just about horror, they are about respect for nature, the importance of protecting the wetlands and all the creatures that call it home. As the night deepens, the child feels a sense of peace wash over them. The bunyip lowers its head slightly, acknowledging the child's sincerity, before disappearing back beneath the water, leaving only a gentle ripple behind. The child stands at the water's edge, heart racing, eyes sparkling with wonder. From that night on, the tales of the bunyip change for the child. They become stories of hope, respect, and the importance of understanding the wild places that hold secrets and life. Each time they hear the tales of the bunyip, they remember the creature not just as a monster but as a guardian, a reminder of the strength and beauty of the natural world. As they grow, they share their story with others, transforming the fear of the bunyip into a deep appreciation for the wetlands and all its mysteries. The bunyip becomes a legend of protection, a call to honor the land and its spirits. In every tale told by the flickering firelight, the child's heart swells with pride, knowing they have become a part of something much larger, a living story that connects them to the land, the creatures, and the spirit of the bunyip. In the heart of the Australian wilderness, where the tall trees whisper secrets and shadows dance under the canopy, there lurks a creature that sends shivers down the spine. This is the Yaramawaha, a small, red, vampire-like being that has haunted the dreams of many for generations. With its eerie presence and cunning nature, it has become a figure of fear and fascination. The stories of the Yaramawaha often begin with the sound of rustling leaves and the distant calls of birds. Locals speak of the creature's home hiding in the fig trees, where it patiently waits for unsuspecting travelers to wander too close. The Yaramawaha is said to be no larger than a small child, with bright red skin that seems to blend perfectly with the vibrant hues of the Australian bush. Its eyes glimmer like coals, filled with a mischievous glint that hints at its true nature. As night falls and darkness blankets the land, the Yaramawaha becomes more active. The air grows heavy with tension as the creatures of the night awaken. Under the soft glow of the moonlight, it is said that the Yaramawaha drops silently from the branches, its small form barely making a sound. For those who have felt its gaze upon them, the experience is unforgettable. The creature's eyes seem to pierce through the veil of night, locking onto its target with an intensity that sends chills racing down the spine. Imagine walking alone through the dense woods, the cool breeze brushing against your skin. You hear the soft rustling of leaves above you and a sense of unease washes over you. In that moment, you catch a glimpse of something red flickering between the branches. Heart pounding, you quicken your pace, but it's too late. Before you know it, the Yaramawaha has dropped from its perch and is blocking your path. In a flash, it lunges forward, its small mouth wide open, revealing sharp, pointed teeth that glisten in the moonlight. The creature is not just after your blood, it seeks something deeper. With each bite, the Yaramawaha drains the life from its prey, feasting on their energy, leaving them weakened and disoriented. Those who have encountered the creature often speak of an overwhelming feeling of dread, as if their very essence is being consumed. Yet, there is more to the Yarmawyahu than its fearsome appetite. Those who have survived an encounter tell a different story, one of compassion hidden behind the creature's sinister facade. After draining its victim, the Yarmawyahu does not simply disappear into the night. Instead, it is said to offer a choice. Those who are willing to listen and learn may find themselves gifted with wisdom or insight that transcends the ordinary. In a remote village, a woman named Marika had a fateful encounter with the Yarmawyahu. Known for her kindness, she often ventured into the woods to gather herbs and plants for her remedies. One evening, as she wandered deeper into the trees, the shadows grew long, and an unsettling silence enveloped her. Suddenly, she felt the chilling gaze of the creature upon her, and in an instant, the Yarmawyahu was before her. Her heart raced as the creature lunged. It sank its teeth into her arm, and she felt a wave of exhaustion wash over her. But instead of fear, something unexpected happened. As her vision blurred and she sank to her knees, she heard a whisper, a soft, melodic voice resonating in her mind. "Do not fear, child. I seek not your destruction but your understanding." Marika felt a warmth spread through her, and in that moment of vulnerability, she realized the truth. The Yarmawyahu was not merely a creature of terror, but a keeper of ancient knowledge, a guardian of the land's wisdom. As it drained her energy, it filled her with visions of the forest, the spirits that dwelled within it, and the interconnectedness of all living beings. When Marika awoke, she found herself alone in the woods, the moon high above. Though weak, she felt a profound sense of peace. The Yarmawyahu had vanished, leaving her with a gift far greater than she could have imagined. From that day on, she carried the creature's lessons in her heart, sharing its wisdom with her community. She taught them to respect the land, to listen to its whispers, and to recognize the beauty in all creatures, even those that seemed frightening at first glance. Word of Marika's encounter spread through the village, transforming the fear surrounding the Yarmawyahu into a deeper understanding. No longer viewed solely as a monster, the creature became a symbol of transformation and growth. The villagers learned to honor the forests and the mysteries they held, recognizing that even the darkest tales can reveal profound truths. In the years that followed, the Yarmawyahu continued to weave in and out of the fabric of the community's stories. Children would gather around the fire, wide-eyed and eager to hear the tales of the little red creature. They learned to appreciate the night, to respect the fig trees, and to acknowledge the balance of nature. One evening, under a blanket of stars, a child named Kai listened intently to Marika's story of her encounter with the Yarmawyahu. Inspired by the tale, Kai decided to venture into the woods, not in search of fear, but in hopes of understanding. With each step, they felt the cool earth beneath their feet and listened to the rustling leaves, feeling a connection to the stories that had shaped their ancestors. As Kai reached the old fig tree, they paused, remembering Marika's words. They took a deep breath, grounding themselves in the moment. "If you are out there," Kai called softly, "I wish to learn." The wind picked up, swirling around them, and for a fleeting moment, Kai thought they saw a flash of red among the branches. Heart racing, they felt a sense of excitement and wonder, knowing that they were part of a much larger story, one that connected them to the Yarmawyahu and the land they cherished. The night hummed with possibilities, a reminder that even the most daunting creatures can carry gifts of wisdom and transformation. In the shimmering waters of the Pacific Ocean, a legend is born, one of adventure, courage, and the unbreakable bond between the sea and its people. This is the tale of Maui, the demigod known for his extraordinary feats and cunning spirit. The islands of Polynesia are rich with stories, but none resonate quite like the one where Maui fished up entire islands from the depths of the ocean. Maui was not just any ordinary figure, he was a trickster and a hero, a boy with dreams as vast as the ocean itself. As he stood on the shore, gazing at the horizon, the waves whispered secrets of the deep, calling him to explore what lay beyond. With a heart full of ambition and a mind brimming with clever ideas, he decided to venture out to sea and prove his strength to the world. One morning, with the sun rising like a golden coin over the water, Maui crafted a fishing hook from the jawbone of his ancestor, a treasured family relic. This was no ordinary hook, it was infused with the spirit and wisdom of his lineage. As he set sail, he felt the thrill of adventure coursing through his veins, his heart beating in rhythm with the waves. The ocean, vast and mysterious, welcomed him like an old friend. With determination etched on his face, Maui tossed his line into the deep blue. Hours passed, but the ocean was quiet, as if it were holding its breath. Just when doubt began to creep into his mind, he felt a tug on the line. With all his might, he pulled, and what emerged from the water was no mere fish. Instead, it was an enormous creature, larger than any Maui had ever imagined. With one final heave, he discovered that it was not a fish at all, it was the great sea monster, Te Tuna. A fierce battle ensued. Waves crashed and splashed around him, spraying salt water onto his skin. The fight was intense, testing Maui's strength and resolve. He pushed through exhaustion, driven by his dreams of greatness. With cleverness and skill, he outwitted Te Tuna, using his hook to catch hold of the creature. But rather than simply vanquish it, he made a deal. He promised to release Te Tuna if the monster would help him bring the islands to the surface. And so, with a powerful surge, Maui commanded the ocean, and with Te Tuna's help, he fished up the first island, a massive piece of land rising majestically from the sea. The sight was breathtaking, the water glimmering like jewels as the earth emerged. Maui's heart swelled with pride. He could feel the pulse of the land, its heartbeat synchronized with his own. As he stood on the newly formed island, he realized that his adventure was just beginning. He did not stop there. He fished up island after island, each one more beautiful than the last. The land flourished with lush greenery, vibrant flowers, and life bursting forth in all directions. The islands became a paradise, a place for people to live, to grow, and to thrive. But as the islands rose, Maui faced a dilemma. Each time he pulled up another island, he felt a growing heaviness in his heart. The ocean, once a friend, now seemed to whisper in sadness. The creatures of the sea watched with wide eyes, their homes disturbed by Maui's actions. He began to understand the delicate balance between the land and the sea, and the responsibility that came with his power. The next day, he went to the shore again, but this time with a heavy heart. The sun was setting, painting the sky with hues of orange and pink. As he stood there, he could hear the gentle waves lapping at the shore, a soothing sound that calmed his troubled mind. In that moment, he made a decision. Instead of fishing up more islands, he would find a way to give back to the ocean, to heal the wounds he had caused. Maui gathered the people of the islands and shared his experiences. He taught them to honor the ocean, to respect its boundaries, and to cherish the balance of nature. With each passing day, the islands flourished, but so did the waters around them. The people learned to fish sustainably, to cultivate their lands without harming the delicate ecosystems. They shared stories and traditions that connected them to both the land and the sea. As time went on, Maui became more than just a hero, he became a symbol of wisdom and balance. The tales of his adventures spread far and wide, but it was his understanding of the ocean's gifts that truly defined him. Families passed down his stories, teaching their children to listen to the whispers of the waves, to feel the pulse of the land beneath their feet. Generations later, on the same shores where Maui once stood, a child named Layla looked out at the ocean with wonder in her eyes. Inspired by the tales of her ancestors, she felt a calling deep within her soul. One day, she would carry on Maui's legacy, honoring the bond between the islands and the sea. With each tide, she felt the spirits of the islands and the ocean guiding her, reminding her that the greatest strength lies in understanding and respect. In the heart of Polynesia, the story of Maui's fish lives on, a timeless reminder that every act of bravery carries with it the weight of responsibility. The islands, born from dreams and determination, stand as a testament to the power of nature and the connection between the earth and its people. Through the laughter of children playing on the beaches and the wise words of elders sharing stories, the spirit of Maui continues to inspire, reminding all who hear his tale that true greatness lies not just in what we create, but in how we cherish and protect the world around us. In the heart of Hawaii, where the sun kisses the ocean and the mountains stand tall against the sky, there is a story that whispers through the leaves of ancient trees. This is the tale of the Moo, giant lizard guardians of sacred places, protectors of the land, and the keepers of secrets long forgotten. Their presence is woven into the very fabric of Hawaiian culture, embodying the beauty and mystery of the islands. The Moo are not just lizards, they are powerful beings, often described as enormous reptiles with glistening scales and sharp claws. Their eyes, as deep and dark as the night, hold the wisdom of centuries. To see a Moo is to witness the spirit of the islands themselves. These majestic creatures watch over sacred sites like heiaus, temples, freshwater springs, and lush valleys. They are the guardians of places where the land and the spirit intertwine, ensuring that balance is maintained. The legends of the Moo are as rich as the volcanic soil of Hawaii. One story tells of a beautiful Moo named Hi'iaka, who was known for her enchanting beauty and fierce loyalty. Hi'iaka watched over a sacred spring, a source of life for the people living nearby. The spring was believed to hold magical properties, providing healing and nourishment to those who respected the land. The people revered Hi'iaka, leaving offerings of flowers and food, seeking her protection and blessings. But not all stories are filled with light. Some Moo were fierce and vengeful, punishing those who disrespected the land. The tales speak of travelers who ventured too close to sacred places, careless in their actions, unaware of the dangers that lurked in the shadows. It is said that the Moo would rise from the waters, their immense bodies gliding through the air, to defend their territory. Those who showed disrespect would find themselves lost in the forest, never to return, as the Moo taught them a lesson they would never forget. In the stillness of the night, when the moon casts a silver glow over the land, the Moo come alive in the imaginations of the people. Children gather around their elders, listening to the tales of bravery and caution. They hear how the Moo could change shape, transforming into beautiful women to lure men into the depths of the forest, or how they could summon storms with a flick of their tail, reminding everyone of their power. Each story is a thread in the tapestry of Hawaiian culture, connecting generations through shared experiences and teachings. But the Moo are not merely symbols of danger, they also embody the spirit of nurturing. In one touching tale, a young girl named Lani fell ill. The village was filled with worry as the elders sought help from the Moo. They prayed to Hi'iaka, asking for her guidance. One night, as Lani lay in her bed, a gentle breeze wafted through the window. In her dreams, she saw the Moo, shimmering with light, urging her to visit the sacred spring. Upon waking, Lani felt an inexplicable pull to the water. She followed her instincts, arriving at the spring just as dawn broke. As she drank from the crystal-clear water, warmth filled her body, and she felt the strength of the Moo surrounding her. It was said that she was healed by the spirit of the land, a gift from the guardian who watched over it. The Moo serve as a reminder of the deep connection between the Hawaiian people and their environment. They represent the balance of nature and the importance of respecting the land. Each lizard is a protector, ensuring that the gifts of the earth are preserved and cherished. The stories of the Moo resonate deeply, teaching lessons of respect, gratitude, and the sacredness of life. In modern Hawaii, the spirit of the Moo continues to thrive. Many locals still honor the traditions, leaving offerings and prayers at sacred sites. They know that the Moo are ever watchful, their ancient wisdom guiding the people in their relationship with the land. The beauty of Hawaii is a reflection of the respect given to these guardians. The lush forests, pristine waters, and breathtaking landscapes are nurtured by the love and care of those who live there. As the sun sets over the islands, casting a warm golden glow, the Moo are said to emerge from their resting places. Some believe that when the waves crash against the shore, it is the Moo communicating with the land, reminding everyone of their presence. The air becomes electric, filled with the stories of ancestors, echoing through time. Standing at the edge of a cliff overlooking the ocean, one can almost feel the Moo beside them. The wind rustles through the grass, carrying the voices of those who came before. It is a sacred moment, a connection to the earth and its guardians. The Moo are not just creatures of myth, they embody the spirit of aloha, the love and respect for all living things. In every lizard, every ripple in the water, and every sacred site, the legacy of the Moo lives on. They teach us that we are part of something greater, woven into the fabric of nature. The stories remind us to honor the land, to be guardians ourselves, and to cherish the beauty that surrounds us. Through the eyes of the Moo, we can see the world as it should be, a place of balance, love, and respect, where nature and spirit exist in harmony. In the misty valleys of New Zealand, where the rivers flow like silver ribbons and the mountains rise majestically against the sky, there are stories that echo through the air. These are the tales of the Tanawa, powerful serpentine creatures that watch over the land, both protector and potential foe to those who dare to cross their paths. Their presence is woven into the very essence of Maori culture, a reminder of nature's beauty and its fierce power. The Tanawa are often described as great beings, their long, twisting bodies gliding through rivers and lakes, their scales shimmering like jewels beneath the sun. Some are said to have the form of lizards, while others resemble massive eels or even dragons. Their appearances can be as varied as the landscapes they inhabit, yet they all share a common trait: they are guardians of the waters and the places where they dwell. For the Maori people, the Tanawa represent both the nurturing spirit of the land and the ferocity of nature. One of the most famous Tanawa is known as Tanawa o Okarito. Legends speak of this creature residing in the dark waters of the Okarito Lagoon. The stories tell of fishermen who would brave the waters, hoping to catch the bountiful fish that swam beneath the surface. But the Tanawa was always watching. It is said that those who respected the lagoon and honored the spirit of the Tanawa would be rewarded with a good catch. However, for those who took more than they needed or showed disrespect, the Tanawa would rise from the depths, creating fierce waves that turned their boats upside down, reminding them of the consequences of their actions. In another tale, a young girl named Hein went to the river to fetch water for her family. As she approached the shimmering surface, she noticed the Tanawa lurking just below. Instead of feeling fear, she felt a strange connection to this powerful being. With great courage, Hein called out to the Tanawa, asking for its help to protect her village from a terrible drought. The Tanawa listened, sensing her sincerity. In response, it created a great rainstorm that filled the rivers and revived the land, bringing life back to her people. From that day on, Hein became known as a guardian of the river, always remembering to honor the Tanawa that had saved them. But the Tanawa are not just gentle guardians, they also embody the darker aspects of nature. The stories tell of travelers who wandered into the wrong waters, unaware of the wrath that awaited them. A chilling tale speaks of a group of explorers who, lost in the mist, stumbled upon a serene lake. Ignoring the warnings passed down through generations, they splashed and played in the water. Suddenly, the water began to churn violently. The Tanawa emerged, its massive body twisting in the air, sending a clear message: nature is not to be trifled with. One by one, the explorers were pulled into the depths, forever lost to the waters they had disrespected. This story serves as a haunting reminder that while the Tanawa can be protectors, they also demand respect and caution. The connection between the Tanawa and the Maori people goes beyond mere tales; it reflects their understanding of the world around them. The Tanawa embody the balance of nature, representing both its beauty and its ferocity. For the Maori, the land, rivers, and creatures are sacred, each holding a spirit that deserves respect. The Tanawa remind them of their responsibility to care for the environment, to listen to the whispers of the land, and to honor the ancient traditions that connect them to their ancestors. Today, the legend of the Tanawa continues to thrive. Many Maori communities still tell the stories of these powerful beings, passing them down through generations. They gather together, sharing laughter and tears, honoring the lessons taught by their ancestors. In doing so, they keep the spirit of the Tanawa alive, ensuring that their power and wisdom are not forgotten. As the sun sets over the hills, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, one can almost feel the presence of the Tanawa lurking just beneath the surface of the water. The gentle lapping of the waves seems to carry their whispers, reminding everyone of their watchful eyes. With every ripple and splash, the Tanawa becomes a part of the landscape, an eternal guardian of the land and its people. In a world that often feels disconnected from nature, the stories of the Tanawa serve as a beacon of hope. They encourage people to remember their roots, to honor the land, and to listen to the stories passed down through time. In doing so, they connect with something much larger than themselves, a bond with nature that is both humbling and empowering. The Tanawa, with their powerful presence, remind us that we are never alone. They stand as guardians, watching over the waters and the lands, protecting those who show respect and caution. In the hearts of the Maori people, the Tanawa will forever remain a symbol of strength, wisdom, and the deep connection between humanity and the natural world. As night falls and the stars twinkle overhead, the stories of the Tanawa continue to echo in the hearts of those who believe, a reminder that the magic of the past still lives on in the world around us.